I'm Del. I am your DM tonight, and Candice and I decided that it would be just a little bit easier if I also took on the role of host. So if you're wondering why I'm talking, it's because we just were like, well, I'm going to be the talker. I'm Del. You can call me Del. You can call me Lemon. I use she, they pronouns. And yeah, I'm your DM tonight. I've been DMing for roughly 6 years-ish, on and off. And tonight we're playing a D&D one-shot in the homebrew world of Horizon. Do we want to do a round robin, like start top left with Candice and then go around, finish up with Pixel? Everybody can just introduce themselves, introduce what they do here on Twitch, a little bit about your D&D experience, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. Yep. Hi, I'm Candice, or ThanksInternet. I don't know if y'all know me very well, but I I have been streaming for just over a year. I do a lot of different things here, from Truck Simulator to Minecraft, and I really like to focus on community-based things and just getting a little kooky, getting a little kooky. I have no experience essentially with D&D, none. We almost played at one point, but never actually got into the game itself. So you are all witnessing my very first time ever playing D&D today. So yeah, and I use she, her pronouns as well.
All right, I think it's my turn. I'm Destiny, or HeyDestineeRea, here on Twitch. I've been streaming for a few months. I'm on a little bit of a break right now. I do primarily makers and crafting streams, but I love D&D. I've been playing my current campaign. We've been playing for over 3 years. So we're like we just leveled up to level 16, if that gives you any indication. So I have played a lot of D&D in my time. I use she, they pronouns, excuse me. If I didn't say that, I don't think I did. Was there anything else? Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
Is it my turn? Do I go now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's my turn. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Concho. No, I'm gonna be the annoying one. Watch. I'm gonna be the wild card. I hope everybody's ready because I am. But my name is ConchoDreamer. I am also a variety streamer and also curse word connoisseur, which just means, and I think this is the first official one today, I say a lot, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of them. Everyone keeps calling me like an experienced D&D player, but literally I've been in my first game like this year. I've been a huge D&D nerd for forever, but finally I've gotten into a game. I mean, I know Destiny said level 16, like that's pretty impressive. I'm level 5 in my campaign, so
It's kind of a big deal.
I was supposed to say other stuff too, right? Not just blow smoke up my ass?
No, you're supposed to blow smoke up your ass. This is designated blow smoke up your ass time.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. I like walks on the beach. You can also, I don't know. I'm just going to be here to cause chaos. That is my job, and I love it.
Perfection. Pixel.
Hi, so I'm LostPixelPlays, variety streamer here on Twitch. We do a bunch of stuff over on my channel. Lately, we've been on a strategy game kick. I go by he, him. I have exactly 2 hours of experience with D&D. We played 2 hours once, and that's really about it. And that's like all I have. I like big hammers. That's going to be relevant later.
So just a few other things. No back seating. We have 2 almost brand new players, as well as this is my first time DMing on Twitch, and I have anxiety, so I'm probably gonna forget some things. I'm probably not gonna notice some things. I'm gonna get some things wrong. The other thing to know is that I've reskinned a few classic monsters. So if you see something and you're the kind of person who likes to add up the numbers in the math, and you're like, they should have died 3 turns ago, it's fine. I just changed a few things, and don't worry about it. Bob's having a good time. But yeah, we have a couple new players. For the most part, I do a few like homebrew things, and we do a rule of cool. If something is cool, if something is interesting, if something will add to the story, I think it's more fun just to go with it. So we won't always roll with things. Well, we will roll with things. We won't always roll for things. A couple other things that are important to know for this world. Aberrations and undead are not a thing. If you know what that is, cool. If you don't want to know what that is, even cooler. But basically, undead and aberrations are not things that you see in this world. And then as for our safety tools, we've spent a lot of time working on safety to try and make sure that this game is as comfortable as possible for all of us. That includes player consent forms, so that we went through, we talked about a whole bunch of topics that will not appear on screen tonight, as well as things that will only appear off screen or out of focus. Obviously, everything will be within Twitch terms of service. But yeah, we have things that we've discussed ahead of time that will not appear. For example, spiders are a yellow light. They might appear as a symbol on a shield. They will not appear like if we have a druid and a druid can wild shape into a spider, they won't be doing that because that's pretty up close and personal. So that's what the yellow light means. So we went through, we talked about a whole bunch of topics about what is and isn't okay. Another example is we won't be doing, like, if they meet NPCs and somebody decides they want to romance an NPC, it will basically go to a charisma roll and then a fade to black because I'm not comfortable RPing romance. So that's another example of that. That's something we've communicated a lot. We all have a sheet that has all of that information on it. Other safety tools we have in place is that I have Discord chats open with every player who's here. They can send me a yellow heart at any points in Discord if they are starting to feel uncomfortable, but they don't think the scene immediately needs to end. If they want something to end, they can send me a red heart. We will immediately stop. We'll take a break. I'll check in with them to see where we're at. And then we'll come back and change things if we need. The other option that they have is if somebody wants to say here on screen, they can say, hey, I'd like to X-card what just happened because of this. We'll immediately rewind scene, change that thing, and then keep going. So those are some of the safety tools that we have in place for tonight. So we open scene on a palace in the sky. We have like a wide frame out shot of... we can see just poking through the clouds are the towers of this palace. It's not made of stone. It is made of obsidian. It is completely made of obsidian. And as we go in and like the camera like pans in through the clouds, we realize that this castle is on a sky island floating through the air. In the distance, you can see other sky islands. You can see a dragon flying off in the distance. And we zoom in and we enter into a large throne room. In this throne room, there is an elf. He is dressed all in different crystals, like a bunch of colorful, glittering crystals from head to foot. And he is pacing up and down within this throne room. And then he comes to a stop. And in the corner of this throne room, there's a large pool. And he comes up to it and he puts his hands on either sides of it and leans over and looks in. Within the pool, we can see swirling images of towns with orcs and dwarves and halflings all wandering through the town. We can see war going on in desert countries. We can see monsters in the depths of the jungles and people fighting these monsters. And then we focus in on this one scene. We see people moving through a crowd towards a ship. And we pan up and we see the reflection in this elf's eyes of him like staring intently at this ship. And then the camera sort of like angles sideways and we can see that there is a cloaked figure standing behind this elven king. And the elf says, and it's in a language that we don't understand, but we get subtitles on the screen that says, contact the goddess Norn. It is time we asked for a favor. And we just see like the figure like slowly bow and then back up and retreat into the shadows and disappear. And then the camera cuts and we see a different site. We see a city. We see a city that's built to look like clouds. All of the buildings are domed and stained white. There is and it's also on a sky island, and it is built like you could see that like there was a sky island, but people just kept on building out and building out. So the sky island is like barely visible underneath with all of this massive like infrastructure. And we see the city of Cloudrun. The city of Cloudrun is the largest port city in the sky. There is a massive open-air marketplace in the center under the largest dome. And there are like all around the entire outside. There's hundreds and hundreds of ships just parked all the way around. You can buy anything your heart's desires in this place. There are goods from all over the world. There's people from all over the world going about their ways and going on their journeys. Our adventurers all have plans to board a ship. But before they board that ship, we're going to check in and see what they each would be doing. Some of our adventurers might know each other, but if they do, they're planning on just meeting up in the ship when they get there. They're currently doing their own last few minute things. So, Destiny, if you had an hour to kill in basically a ye old airport terminal, what would you
Yes.
be doing? And do you want to describe your character as well?
Yes. So my character is Illyria. She is a kind of like cheerleader built. She's short and acrobatic, and she grew up in a traveling circus, essentially. Her hair is long, and it starts out blonde and then it goes to red. Her eyes are just a very unnatural shade of blue. But she's essentially grown up as a fire performer in the traveling circus. And Illyria uses she, her pronouns. But if Illyria was traveling in the airport terminal, she would be looking for music or art or just something beautiful. Where did I do with that? I have already forgotten my homebrew god's name.
It's fair. It's fair. I think I have them up as well.
Imperna. Okay, there we go. So, with Imperna, the goddess of art and magic, she is just been taught to seek beauty throughout the world, basically. So she's going to be looking for people playing. I know. She's going to be looking for people playing music or just doing art.
Amazing. Yeah, you'd absolutely be able to find that. I feel like when we see you, it's maybe like you were going down a market hall place where there's tapestries for sale, and so we see you maybe like touching a tapestry and like perusing over like some jewels. And yeah, there's absolutely like places you could go, you could sit, you could have a drink and or like some food and listen to the entertainers. Yeah, it's one of those places that's a mishmash of everybody from around the world. So there's plenty of like hustle and excitement. And yeah, music performers who are on their way from here to there, doing busking shows along the way. Would she be the kind to be like very punctual for catching a ship? Would she be like running late?
She'll probably be running late. The traveling circus makes your whole family a really like you're all free spirits. So
yeah,
punctuality is not her strong suit.
I feel that. What about Concho? Do you want to describe your character and what they would be doing?
Yes, you would look to the corner to see a furbolg, much more built than your typical furbolg you would expect, wearing very standard barbarian outfits, clearly someone who lives out in the wilds, but who rocks actually a pair of glasses because they are kind of a researcher whose job it is to go around and categorize different types of flowers, plants, all of that fun stuff. They are a totem of the bear barbarian. So they are rocking, you can see that their canines have come through a bit more to represent kind of like a bear's sharp teeth. The blue standard fur slowly just turns into a brown bear as it gets closer to the hands and to the legs and the feet. And you currently see him digging through his bag, kind of quietly, but a little bit out loud, saying different names of each plant as he's digging through his bag and just taking account of everything that he has there.
Amazing. So is he sort of like, because this place is very like city, it's very loud, it's very fast. Are you just kind of like oblivious to the world around you?
Forcefully oblivious. He can
Forcibly,
hear
yeah.
everything and despises it to his core. So he is trying to do the best he can to fully ignore it and to
Mhm.
also make sure that like he's just not looking at people because he does not want to be here.
Mhm. So do you think would he go to the ship maybe a little bit early to be like, the sooner I get out of this place the better?
Uh yeah, actually, I didn't even think that was an option, but that would be a very good option.
Cool. So yeah, maybe he's probably the first person that we see getting ready near the boat to board the ship.
Yeah.
Perfect. Candace, do you want to describe your character?
Yeah. My character's name is Meep. Meep Wimbella. Meep is a wood elf, and a Circle of the Moon druid. And Meep is a character. She uses she/her pronouns. And she is a lot. She's high energy typically. She is very excitable. Like new things make her super stoked. And she looks a little unkempt. Pine cones kind of everywhere. She likes to stick things on her cloak. She has a very large cloak where she likes to retreat into when she gets a little overstimulated, because that does happen sometimes. But yeah, she likes to pin things, feathers, for instance, on her cloak and in her hair and moss in her hair. And she likes treasures. She likes things that are shiny and special. Meep has worked as a librarian for the last 100 years. She's 200 years old. And her family has for years run a library, like a historical library, essentially. She finds that really boring. And she wants to leave. She wants to get the hell out. Her parents don't like that idea at all, but she said, I'm going. Also, when it comes to how she looks, she's short. She's like 5'4", stout as well, a stout little elf. I know it seems a little odd, but yeah, she's a stout elf. She has silvery purple hair. She has yes, big messy silvery purple hair where she puts doodads, pine cones, feathers, braids, random things in it. A curated mess is what I have here for Meep. So yeah, she had an argument with her family when she suggested traveling to see the world. She's read a lot about things to do with the world, but unfortunately she's kind of been pretty sheltered. She's just kind of been in the library, like petering around with her family, and hasn't really seen or met anybody else that much outside of her hometown. And yeah, she just couldn't resist the urge to leave. So that's why she's going. And if she's in this kind of more bustling area, you asked how she would react to that, Del?
Yeah, what would she be doing if she was basically locked in ye old airport terminal for a while before she boarded a ship?
She would be elated. She would be absolutely like sucking in everything around her, like looking at the people, like going up to someone this close to their face, being like, oh my God, like, and looking at people's bags and just listening into the different conversations that are happening, because she's just kind of been starved of that most of her life. If need be, if she gets a little overwhelmed, she will do what she needs to do and just sit in the corner like Concho and, take a moment, because she does get overstimulated. She definitely would need to find something to fidget with as well if she didn't have something with her. So basically just running left, right, center and checking out all of the things that she's never seen before. That's what she'd do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like because there's people from all over the world, and I believe you took linguist as your feed, so you can understand many of the conversations going around you. You're listening in on several conversations in several different languages. There are doodads and trinkets galore for sale. There's music. There's all sorts of like smells of food.
Meep would be losing her mind. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for a while, like we see somebody like dashing and like poking out, because Meep is a little bit shorter, and so like we see all these other people, and occasionally we see like a hand poke through here and like a tuft of hair over there as you're making your way around and doing things. But then maybe after an amount of time, we can see the signs of overstimulation Like maybe like you're just kind of like, okay, this is still fun. This is slightly less fun. Maybe I'm gonna make my way over towards the boat now.
Just back away slowly. Yes.
Incredible. Do you think Meep may have lost track of time and been running a little bit late for the boat?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
100%. Very distracted with what's going on. Got in a conversation with another person and just totally lost track of what was happening. Yep.
Amazing. So
Very-
yeah, we just see Meep taking off like down an alley as we like the camera stays back and like focuses in on all the stuff that's going on. And then last but certainly not least, Pixel, do you want to describe your character and how you're hanging out in our fantasy airport?
Okay, so my character is Dragomir Swiftfoot, uses he, him pronouns. A little tall for a dwarf, taller than you would expect at around 4'9". Also, much more tan than you would expect for a dwarf because he spent 100 years fighting in a gladiator's arena. Dragomir has red hair, kind of like the color of a rose, but with black twists all throughout it. Sort of meant to draw a little bit of attention to himself in that kind of way. Wears pretty comfortable traveling leathers because he's a well-traveled dwarf and always knows when you're heading to an airport, you get there early to set up a nice tightrope and your net so you can earn a little bit of extra gold from all the people that are showing up on board. Dragomir always gets there ahead of time to put on a show because you need a little bit of a show when you're waiting for things to happen.
Incredible. So I think there might be a moment when you get there early, you set out all your stuff. Does he have a very like casual mode, and then when he starts performing, it's almost like there's like a switch that changes and like his whole like demeanor just changes?
Yeah, absolutely. So what would happen is when we're buckling and getting things done, it's very punctual. It's going to be there on time. Very serious, like you would expect anyone that literally had to fight for their life for 100 years. But also very, outgoing and high energy person. So when it's time to perform, when it's time to entertain, the smile comes on, personality explodes, and it's the kind of thing people want to watch.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I think there would be this moment while your Dragomir is performing. Would you be kind of like near where the ship that's you're going to be boarding is, like for convenience's sake?
Yeah, so the best spot is always going to be right outside the door. You get there early so that you can carve out a space to make sure that the people can't take it up in case you get there late, but you want to be close to the actual like landing ramp. So when you tear down quickly, you can do that noise like towards the end, but you don't have as far to run. So that means you can be set up for a little longer than if you were set up a little further away.
Mm-hmm. So when Illyria gets to the ship, she would see a familiar face. That she would see somebody putting on a familiar act. And I think we're just gonna montage that like moment of like familiarity. Like we don't hear anything, but we can hear them. We can see them like catching up. We can see that they're familiar and that they recognize each other. And then we'd see them get on the ship. But we'd also have a moment since I don't have my character names open. We would see Fel, who was there early, like boarding the ship, like maybe still with like a small like potted plant in one hand, and going up, and then like looking up later, and there would be another one of those moments of familiarity when we see Meep come on. What would Fel's expression be when they see Meep running late?
Meep, how many people have you stolen from today?
Steal? Steal. You think I would steal? You think I would steal something from somebody? I asked.
You asked, or you said something and then took it before they could answer?
I borrow.
Without asking?
Maybe.
I will choose to ignore this. I do have a question though, Meep.
Mhm.
I seem to be missing a few of my friends.
Mhm.
I have Daryl, Cheryl, Harold, and Beryl. I do not have Zeryl. Would you have anything to do with this?
Zeryl asked. Zeryl wanted to come with me. With Meep.
Where is Zeryl?
Zeryl is now Garrett. And Garrett lives on my head.
You just see the longest exasperation in the world, and Fel just turns around and just starts walking up to the ship. You can borrow him for the day. Please return him without any petals missing, Meep. Please.
I would never hurt Garrett.
Zeryl.
Garrett! You like Garrett. He likes Garrett. He told me.
Oh, you can hear them speak now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think we fade out on an argument that's not going anywhere. We could see. I imagine Meep like. Does Meep talk with her hands a lot?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Is there a lot of a lot of animation?
She's very flamboyant.
Then, is Fel a little bit more like I imagine like slower moving and stoic, but also just like. So yeah, we zoom out on that. And as we like zoom out, we see like the ship, like we see the loading dock taken away. We see the ropes untied, and we see the ship taking off. And this would be where the title music would swell. The camera would pan up, and within the clouds, we would see our title screen. Yeah, all the sound effects. The sound effects as I wave my hands around. That's how sound effects work. And we see our title that says "Into the Darkness." And yeah, this is where we would get all of our. This person is this, but we've already introduced ourselves. And then after the title fades away and the credits fade away, the camera would keep going upwards through the clouds, up above Sky Islands. Like the lower ones that we see as we zoom up are more populated. We see some that are just small Sky Islands with just like sheep and a few farmers, and others that are much larger with like sprawling cities. But as it goes upwards, like the Sky Islands become less populated, and eventually we get to a dragon that's laying in the sky, and there's something very tiny in front of the dragon that's hard to see, so the camera pulls inwards, and we see that in front of this dragon is a human-sized chessboard, and across from this chessboard there's somebody who's obviously a wizard laying across from him. They have stars on their hat, they have long flowing robes, they have a long white beard. You could just tell by everything about them, from the spiral on the edge of their boots to the sigils on their robe. This person's obviously a wizard. The dungeon dragon, yeah, that dragon. This is the dragon that's having a chess game, and we could see this dragon is looking at the board, and the wizard is waiting, and the wizard is saying like. You only have 15 seconds left. And the dragon is like, I gave you 15 extra seconds on your turn. You can wait just a moment. I saw you changing the hands on that clock. And the wizard is like, I would never. But the dragon is still like staring very intently at the chessboard. And so finally the wizard like is like, and pushes up their glasses and reaches into their robe and takes out a sandwich. And then from a different pocket, or from their sleeve, they pull out some pepper. And so they start putting pepper on their sandwich. And then we just see a tiny gust of wind blow the pepper from their sandwich towards the dragon, who starts blinking, which is a disconcerting thing to see from a dragon. They have two eyelids, probably. And its nose starts twitching, and then the dragon rears its head back and like turns away, because when you sneeze, you obviously turn away. And it sneezes, and this massive gust of fire comes out as this dragon goes, achoo! And so we see, almost in cartoonish fashion, we follow this fireball as it cascades down through the sky, and then we like pan back and we see the wizard being like, that's not going to be good for somebody. And the wizard's like, or the dragon says, I told you not to bring pepper on our chess games. Why didn't you eat beforehand? And they're still arguing. And then we cut back to the fireball, which is cascading down at an alarming rate. And then we see a ship that looks familiar sailing through the skies. And we get a montage of a fireball hitting the ship exploding, everything flying all over the place. And then everything just cuts to black. And a moment later, y'all said you wanted a TPK, right? A moment...
I just learned what that means.
Yeah. It means everybody dies. Don't worry about it.
Oh, this was fun.
Yeah, this was good. I hope you all enjoyed this Dungeons
40 minutes in.
Have a great night.
Yeah, 40 minutes in. This was great. Thank you all so much for coming out.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks everybody so much for coming. So a moment later, the camera lights back up upon a wreckage. There is splintered wood. There is like just smoke. A little bit of fire is still going on. And then we see Dragomir poke his head out of some of the rubble. The last thing you remembered is you were hanging out on the ship. Everything was fine. You were like feeling really good about your act from earlier. And then there was darkness, and now you are buried underneath some rubble, and there's a little bit of fire near you.
Okay. So, do I do stuff now? Is that the idea?
If you'd like to, yeah.
Okay.
If you want to just lay there, that's a totally valid option. That's probably what I would do.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is try and stand up and sort of check myself and make sure nothing's busted and broken. And assuming everything is good to go and I'm able to walk and move around, I'm going to start kind of looking to see who's around.
Okay, you want to start kind of like poking around?
Yeah, see if, like maybe if there's some boards on the ground somewhere, lift them up, see if anybody's under there, look around, see if anybody else didn't die, because I didn't die.
Amazing. Yeah, you're poking around. Meep, you feel something poke you in the ribs.
Oh, hi. Are you... Is that a toe? Are you okay? I see somebody's foot. I see a foot. Just a foot out of the ground, coming up out of the floorboards of the ship, poking me right in my rib. I run.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Dragomir, you find somebody, and they take off.
So I'm gonna holler and yell and see if they're okay. But also if there's a foot kind of poking into the ground, I want to dig that person out and see if that's a person that's alive.
You quickly discover that no, that is not a person.
They're
alive.
not alive.
Dead foot.
So I guess I'm gonna start kind of yelling to ask if the person that's running away is alive, and continue looking around for other people that aren't dead.
Sounds good. So quick question, Meep. How far do you go?
Really, really far. Right to the corner. Full there. I'm sitting and I'm going, I want this. I want this. I want to see people. I want to meet people. This is what I want. This is where I left. I left for this reason. It's fine. Shaking.
Okay. We're going to leave that heartbreaking scene for 2 seconds. We'll come back to that in a minute. So if you do, so this person just like ran off, they're gone. Dragomir, do you be like, okay, I'm gonna check for a few more people and then I'll go see how they are?
Yeah, so right now I want to make sure people are alive. I'm going to assume the person that literally sprinted across a field is fine, and check on some more people. See if I can find anybody else that perhaps didn't get exploded in whatever just happened.
Fair. So Fel, you very similarly, you were on a ship, you were talking with your plants, you were having a nice time, and then there was darkness, and now you smell burning, you smell probably some other awful smells, and you see a figure in the distance that's kind of like looking through the rummage a little bit.
Zero! And I just pop out, and you just see Fel start grabbing people, and if they're dead, he just chucks them further without giving a and if they're alive, checking to see if they have plants on them, and if they don't, just kind of like a little bit softer toss them, but still toss them, and just start digging around, and just Zero! And just checking on people. Kind of helping, but more so just making sure that the plants are safe around whatever this wreckage is that we're in.
Okay. Illyria, do you have any plants on you?
No.
Okay, so you are shaken awake with somebody a very large furbolg yelling "Zero" in your face. You're a little bit confused, and then you're gently tossed to the side.
Oh, bye.
Were you alive or are you dead?
I'm alive.
Oh, are you all right? Whatever that was. Are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Are
there other people here?
This one's dead. I'm looking for plants. If you find plants, talk to me. But like people,
my God,
don't really care at the moment. Yep, still alive. Here, help that person.
Okay, thanks. I am going to find people who are injured but not dead and attempt a prayer of healing for them.
There are 4 people. Well, sorry, you only find 3 because one of them ran away. Yeah.
Everybody else is dead.
Good day to be a PC.
Oh no. Well, we all seem okay. I'm not bleeding. Are you bleeding?
I seem to be fine. And I saw somebody like run down the road sort of that way. I think they're fine because they were running a lot. We should maybe,
That's a lot of... That was a big ship. This is really sad. Okay, I'm gonna go find...
Cloak? That's what you saw run away?
Yes. It was kind of fast. I didn't really make them out. I was just looking, and there was a foot that I was kind of focused on, but definitely short.
Kind of a high pitch, like wah! Like not exactly that, but like a little bit of a squeal as they were running.
A little bit. Very confusing interaction.
Yep. Okay.
Do you know who that is?
You know her?
You seem a little familiar with our friend.
Yeah, I do. Any magic users here?
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, I guess I should. With the fire and everything behind us. Hello, my name is Fel. Yada yada. Whatever we're supposed to do to be friends. That's my friend. I don't know what we need to do here.
You really sound like you're fond of this friend.
We've been traveling together for a little bit of time, and
okay.
Dear God, my flower. Where did she go?
I didn't
right down the road.
I don't know.
Boom, just gone.
We should probably follow.
I guess we should keep up with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's chase the alive people. Let's do that.
The quest to save Zero. Okay, so there is no roads here. There is dense forest, apart from the part of the forest that was smashed in, a little bit burned from the ship. You go off in the general area that Meep disappeared to. And Meep. So you're standing there,
Hmm.
deep breaths.
Hmm.
This is what you wanted.
I do so want it.
You had gotten nearly to the edge of the Sky Island, so you can see through. The trees have thinned, and as you look out, there's just overwhelming amounts of sky and clouds. There's a fair amount of cloud coverage today. And then you look and you kind of like squint into the distance because you see through the clouds that there's another Sky Island nearby. And you're like, oh, maybe there's something neat over there. And you squint and you think you see movement. And then you do see movement. You do. You see something moving towards you that appears to be going in an arc in your general direction.
Is it large?
And then 3 other people come up behind you who are like, oh, like, and saying things, but you don't quite hear them because you're starting to realize that there's a large boulder flying through the sky towards you that appears to be aimed for you. And so, yeah, the 3 of you who run up behind Meep, and, you know, maybe you, like, tap her on the shoulder and you're like, hey, where's my plant? Hey, are you okay? You all look up as this shadow appears over the 4 of you. And then something happens that none of you have experienced before to have any point of reference for. Everything suddenly feels like it's underwater. All of a sudden, everything feels like sound is traveling slower, and you realize that you're in your body, but you're not really in your body. You can think and you can move, but the body that you see there doesn't move with you. And the 4 of you have this like moment of being like, what is happening? What is this floating feeling? When you hear a voice in your head, we, the audience, recognizes this voice. We heard this at the very start of the session, but this voice is unfamiliar to the 4 of you. It is a language you don't understand, and yet you're able to understand what it is asking of you. It is like a deep masculine voice, and it says, will you accept this offer and quest to retrieve the lost shard from the hand of the intruders upon this sacred place? And you can almost feel like it's like there's a contract in front of you and it's just waiting for you to sign.
If I say no, am I gonna get hit by this boulder?
Maybe.
All right. Well,
Can I?
so
try?
much for choices.
It's totally up to you what you do. I have plans either way.
Oh no. Would I, from my Deva, have any knowledge as to what this shard might be?
I'll let you make a history check with advantage
We're
because of your
good at
Deva.
those. Oh, it's a 9.
So with a 9, you haven't heard of this before. Like you feel with some confidence that this is not something you recognize from either your Deva or through like any textbooks you might have read. But there's still that feeling at the back of your mind that this is familiar, but it's not something that you have it's not something you've learned through studying. But yeah, there's a feeling.
And you said we all heard this just separately, right? Or
All of you heard this. You all have like a kind of like a feeling. Basically, like imagine you're astral projecting the 4 of you. You're chilling out. In very, very slow motion, this boulder is still coming towards you. You can't actually move your physical bodies.
Oh.
So would it be wild to yell out, who is talking to me?
You could try.
Do that.
Okay, it feels like you think really hard. Like you can feel yourself talking even though you can see your body not moving. There's like a moment of like silence and you almost like feel some kind of like You have to ask that? You almost get a little bit of that feeling. And then a voice like booms out through all of your skulls that says, "It is I, King Alice Ildan, the Morning Lord. Do you accept this?"
Sounds
Yeah,
like you think
sure.
very high and mighty of yourself, but sure.
That's 2 shores.
So this contract, does it exist in something that I can look at?
Not technically. It's not actually physical. It's like a
Okay.
feeling.
Feeling, got it. Um,
Gods work in mysterious ways.
and would I know anything about the shard being a dwarf, familiar with all kinds of stones and lots of myths from traveling potentially?
I'm gonna have you make a roll, and then I'm gonna tell you something, maybe. Oh no. So that's a 5.
Shit.
You don't recognize anything about the shard. What was there was something else that was like, again, back of your head, that you're like, something about that name, like the name that this person gave, that was familiar more so than the shard. But that's all you got, was like no, the shard, that doesn't ring up any bells, but the name is familiar.
Well, I was on an adventure anyway, so let's do it. I'm in.
All right, Meep.
I'm so in. I'm so ready. I'm terrified, but she's actually like quivering, like straight up just shaking, but she's like, let's go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so the second that all of you have accepted this, everything, like, it's like you get like sucked back into your body, everything goes back to regular timing, but the boulder just like above your heads hits a large, it was one of those things, it didn't appear until it hit, and then there was like this blue like magical like force field effect that like sparkled isn't the right word, waves out. The boulder smashes against it and breaks and like shatters in the opposite direction, and then like the shimmering goes away and it disappears. If you take a second to look out, you can see there are giants on the sky island across from you that are chucking boulders in your general direction. But now this magic is protecting you from this shower of boulders. Congratulations, you solved my puzzle, my boulder puzzle. Good job!
Oh.
I'm
How
sure
far
there
away?
won't be any consequences.
No
How far away are the
consequences.
giants?
Like, quite a ways.
They
Like,
always that big?
The boulders?
The giants.
Oh, the giants, yes.
Like I thought you
That's
were big.
actually- I am very tall. But
They're
yes,
taller than
giants are
you,
bigger.
Fel.
Yeah. I always forget that you don't have much, like, yeah, they're very tall. Honestly, all of you are honestly very short.
They're like 5 meeps. 5 meats stacked on top of
I've-
each other.
I've told you we're not making
5
that
meeps in a trench coat?
Yeah, she's been trying to make this a unit of measurement for a very long
Oh,
time, and we're
okay.
not doing it.
It sounds like feet, meep. 5 feet, 5 meeps.
Dear God, you have so much energy, and I don't know where you get it from.
Let's go.
Where's your energy?
My energy.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just see really quick. Oh, that's right. I just survived a boat from I don't know what I'm even doing. The boat exploding. I'm sorry I don't have much energy.
He's a little.
okay.
He's grumpy. He honestly, he's kind
I-
of like this
I see
sometimes.
that.
He lost
I
a
see that.
friend. His friend chose someone
Oh,
better.
that's really sad. Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
that's so
Garrett.
sad
Yeah.
for
I'm going to
you.
choose to ignore that comment. Everyone watch where you're standing or I will kill you within a heartbeat.
Quick question for everyone.
You can
Did
try.
anything else kind of messed up just happen to everybody else?
Yeah.
'Cause-
Oh
it's
yeah, I
probably-
had
Yeah.
to tell somebody I would do something for them, but I don't really know who they are.
Yeah. Okay. Same. That.
said
yeah,
yes.
same.
I agreed. I said, let's go. I'm ready to adventure, but also I'm terrified.
I was just hoping it would make the boulder not crush me.
It worked.
I just like going on adventures.
So what do we do?
Are we still getting pelted with boulders?
Yeah, every now and then one of them pings off like the big magical force field that's
Oh,
now protecting you. Yeah. It's ambience,
wonder-
you know.
I wonder if that force field's why we weren't hurt. I feel really bad for all those people, though, that were on the boat with us.
Why? They're dead now. They can't
That's
feel.
why I feel bad.
Oh, but we didn't know them.
I only just met them.
Yeah, so
Like
how
a
am I
song
supposed
at a
to
funeral
care?
once. Maybe we could put a little song on.
Dear God,
A
I'm getting the
song?
idea that you're a performer.
Oh, of course, everybody knows who I
Yeah.
am.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I need to know your name. You're gonna sing a song?
Yeah, so I'm Dragomir Swiftfoot.
I'm Meep.
And hi Meep.
Hi. Please sing a
Energetic
song.
little one, aren't you?
A little bit. I'm ready for a song. Funeral song. Sorry,
You
I'm
want a
ready for a
song?
song.
Dear God, all
Okay.
of you are going to kill me.
I'll pull my lyre out
Oh,
and I'll start playing a song.
Yeah.
Do you go
so-
back to the ship where all the dead people are, or do you just do it here?
Right here.
right. We don't know where this force field protection stops, so let's
Yeah. I don't want to move.
let's send them off with a sad song.
Do they need a funeral pyre?
Well, maybe we should. Maybe we should go like make a pyre. We had a lot of wood from the ship.
I've never seen a pyre before. I wasn't allowed to go see. I wasn't allowed to go see those. Pyre and a song. Let's go. To respect everybody that we lost in that terrible, tragic accident.
Yeah, sounds like a party. Cool. So yeah, you all make your way back to the ship, which is still like a little bit on fire, which makes lighting the pyre very easy. So you have that going for you.
I'll just cast Scorching Ray on some
Oh,
of the
that
wood.
makes it easy. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I guess you would see Fel just throwing dead bodies onto the fire, like nonchalantly, just.
See, this is why it's good to have him around.
What are they going to do? They can't complain. They're dead.
We like. Do you think they have like a manifest?
We could probably look for some supplies.
It's too late.
it.
I already
Let's do
cast
it.
Scorching
I was
Ray,
gonna
so
say,
it's
there's a-
gone now.
There's a giant fire. I'm
is
not
on
going into
fire.
it.
I like the idea of being like, should we look for supplies as there's like fire like going out of your hands? Do you want to describe what your spell casting looks like, Illyria?
Yeah. So, think magical girl.
Hell yeah.
So really sparkly, but like kind of orangey, reddy colors. It's just very fire and just and very
Like,
theatrical. in
One
all of
glance
my
at you and
spells.
you're like, yeah, their element is fire, obviously.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I feel like
Anybody
you would
who's-
see like Fel throwing like sand on, like protecting like little plants that are around, just like trying to build a trench like you do to make sure that the fire doesn't hop it, and just like
I'm imagining like fire and debris and like a little bit of space and like one dandelion and you being like,
Yep. Oh yeah, that is the most protected dandelion ever. Just
hell yeah.
And like Meep is just chasing Fel around. So like this 8-foot furball and the 5'4" Meep chasing him around and like trying to grab shiny things off of the people that he's like throwing onto the pyre. Be like, no, they don't need that. They don't need that anymore. Grabbing
dear
things.
God, is this what you want? And just shake
Thank
like
you.
every body I get just to get stuff falling out of it.
As she scrounges for everything that's falling out of the pockets and he's shaking. Yeah.
They don't need it anymore.
They don't.
Like, to be fair, it's probably very culturally appropriate in this world because it is like it's a very like high magical, but also that means there's a lot of like monsters and stuff. It's very practical to be like, you don't need this anymore. Where you're going, like, this is just your physical form. Your spiritual form has left. I'm gonna take your shit and that's okay.
Are any of them still alive?
The people?
Yeah.
Oh no.
No. All right. Oh, this one might be. Nope, this one's dead too.
We're working as a really great team.
And this entire time while the fire is being cast and the little one is chasing the big one around, I'm just like sitcom parody playing a sad song on my lute. This all happening in the background. Like fully just like very, very sad tones because a bunch of people just died, and like so the mood that I'm giving off with the song is like a perfect funeral because a bunch of people just died. In the background, there's just that little like run around happening with the fire going everywhere.
Yeah, if there's like anything that's missed, I'll just be casting like Sacred Flame and
Yeah,
and
just
stuff.
making sure scorched earth. It's very
Mhm.
respectful.
Yeah.
Anybody who's kind of like looking around or going through things is welcome to cast an investigation check.
I would love to cast. This is my
Yeah,
first
I'll
time
do.
rolling. Okay,
Hell yeah. Yeah, anybody who wants to can roll.
investigation.
Del, did you say it was okay to use real dice, or would you prefer
You
the
can use
roll?
real dice as long as you say out loud what you got, so that
I
Hell
investigated.
yeah.
everybody can know. That's a 20 dice.
Damn!
Hell yeah!
Holy crap!
My first
Look
roll.
at that! Look at that! That's suspicious, right?
Yeah.
I got a solid 7.
Oh,
Good job. Proud of you. It's less suspicious, but it'll be okay. Did anybody else want to roll, or are you too busy with your fire and your music?
yeah, I'm busy.
Just play the song.
Uh,
We're busy performing while they're like looting.
I'm
Yeah,
just staring at
exactly.
a fountain pen in the corner and coins in the other hand.
So I think maybe Fel, you're a little distracted by the fact that your friend is wearing your friend on their head, is my understanding. But Meep, you actually notice while you're like going through baubles, like as you like reach down to pick up a shiny thing that you found, that there are footprints that appear to have come from the wrecks. It looked like somebody like dragged themselves out of the wreckage and went further into the woods. So it appears that maybe there was another survivor, but that they have wandered off.
Fel,
Yes, me.
you said everybody's dead, right? Like you didn't like. No, it's just it's us 4, right? Dragomir.
Well, the ones currently on fire are dead for sure. If they weren't before, they are now.
Fair. Mhm.
Why do you ask?
I don't think that's true. I think you should come look. Someone's alive. Someone else is alive.
Oh. Just
Do I stop
nonchalant
casting
walk.
fire?
Yeah, hey, guitar boy or lute boy. There might be someone else alive over here.
How do we know what's going on?
I see tracks. I see large. Are they large? Del?
Humanoid. They're
Humanoid.
like yeah.
It doesn't look like it was a little stroll. It looked like it may have been a drag, like someone dragged. You tell me what you see. You tell me what you see. I don't know.
Right?
Come
Can
look.
I look at look at the tracks to see if I can figure out what they're from?
Yeah, if you want to find more information, then it would be and like potentially track them. That would be survival. If you just want to like see them, like you can see them now that they've been pointed out to you.
Yeah. No, I want to see if I can figure out where they're going.
That would be
To see
survival.
if we can find the person.
Meep, are you helping?
Helping to determine where they're going.
Yeah, like are you and Dragomir both like looking at this together?
Yeah, I think like Dragomir took the lead and kind of started following the tracks, and like I'm hopeful that this person is still alive. Meep is just like a little like kind of hyped that it's not just the 4 of us, that there might be somebody else. Whereas Dragomir, I don't know, is maybe a little more realistic about the fact that that may not be the case. But I'm like intently on his heels, like following him and paying attention to the tracks. Yeah, picking up things.
So that
along the
means
way.
Dragomir, you can roll with advantage. So at the top of your character sheet, underneath where it says Champion Fighter Mountain Dwarf, toggle on advantage. You got it.
And roll survival.
Yeah, which is in that same skill box. Yeah, there you go. So with an 11, yeah, it seems like they kind of like pulled themselves out of the wreckage. It looks like they stood up. Again, you would guess like humanoid. You can't get too much information from a footprint, especially when they're wearing boots. They still have their shoes though, so that's nice for them. And yeah, you can see they kind of go off into the forest. You get a general direction to go into. and I think it's now that you actually realize, and you're the first person to realize this, but anybody who like starts to go in this direction, you realize you have a pulling feeling. Um, and like the feeling is very similar to the feeling that you got while like time was paused. Like you would, because you all live in a magical world, you would be like, this source of this pulling feeling is similar to whoever it was that stopped time. Do you have a general idea because you were asked to retrieve something and you're like, oh, okay, I can put 2 and 2 together. I think they want me to go this way.
Okay.
But, like, it's a Skyland, so do what you want.
So I'm going to call out to the rest of the party, let them know that I'm feeling like maybe we should go this way. It feels very similar to what just happened, the weird thing that just happened that we talked about, and ask if they want to come along. Plus, I also want to look for this other survivor because 5 people is more than 4 for trying to see if they maybe also had this weird quest that we're on that we've agreed to happen.
General agreement, general excitement, maybe from Meep.
Yeah, Meep's stoked, honestly. Meep is excited. Meep doesn't know what's happening. She's fully just very excited to be along for the ride.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So the last ashes to ashes, quite literally, everything is turned into dust. The song, the final notes of the song is played. And the 4 of you make your way into the forest. The camera hangs back and we see the 4 of you walk into the forest and disappear into the foliage. And then the camera goes down, it breaks the tree line, it goes down underneath, and we see our adventuring party walking through the forest. Do we have a marching order? And like also what kind of walk is it? Is it leisurely, we're stuck here anyways, we might as well take our time? Also, we almost died and that's kind of wild. Is it like we are on a mission? What is everybody's vibe?
I feel like Fell being the tallest would be at the very back, just because that's easier just to see over everybody. And just as he's walking, just kind of like, and I swear to God, if any of you step on anything, please watch where you are walking. I know we've just met and we're quote unquote friends. I don't even know if we're that. Whatever we are, I will not hesitate to rip you in half. Literally, Meep has seen it many times. I'm not kidding. Do not step on a single flower.
He means it. Watch your step. Watch your step. Because he means it. I've seen him do it.
2 quick notes. Does Fel have a little bit of the like, you're staying behind Meep because you know that you'll lose track of them otherwise, and that's part of why you're in the back, so that you can like, you stay in the back to make sure the person you're guiding doesn't disappear? Is there like a little bit of that?
Yeah, it's for everybody, so that like if I see something ahead of me, like a plant, I'd be like, don't step there.
You're in a jungle, so this is probably taking up a fair amount of your energy.
Oh yeah, it is, but I'm doing it. I will die on this hill.
And I am
How's
not.
everybody else reacting to
I'm
that?
not paying attention to his threats. As in, like,
yeah.
See, like I don't think. What do we all kind of just not? That's Fel.
I'm like, how serious can he be? We're the only people left, and we all have to go find the shard thing. So whatever.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking I've fought 3 of him in the arena, so I'm really not worried about just one. But I'm not saying this out loud. I'm just like, big talk. Okay. Stay away from the plants. Just kind of wandering along, looking for this person that may or may not have survived.
I'm fully zigzagging. I am very excited, a little nervous, still kind of shaking a little bit, but like fully like this way, that way, picking up things, looking at it, putting it back down, pissing Fel off fully. But like I think he kind of has an idea that that's how Meep. That's why Meep's annoying to him a little bit. So.
He's just still holding out hope that he might get to rescue the plant from the top of your head at some point. That's the
oh yeah, there is definitely when like Meep zigzags, there's a little bit of like trying to grab it, but I'm assuming she's too
dodging.
quick.
I'm dodging because I know he's trying to get Garrett back. It's not gonna happen.
You named your
Also,
flower Garrett? That's so
The
cool.
you.
flower's
Thank you.
name is Zeril.
The flower told me his name.
The
She
flower
just
did
told
not
me
tell
its
you.
name.
Yeah, see? Illyria knows.
It is Zeril. I found Zeril 3 continents away in front of a chapel where a married couple were arguing. He wanted to be taken away from them, and I saved him. He asked me to.
Right.
He doesn't speak to
Can you
you.
talk to the plants?
Well, yes, I can.
You seem surprised that I was able to hear him when I told you that he told me his name was Garrett. So it's interesting
You
that
made
now
up-
Can you talk to the plants
I
too?
sure can. Well, at least
No,
Garrett.
she can't.
Do I believe
No, she
either of
can't.
them?
That's
I hear
totally up
Garrett.
to you.
Garrett and I are kindred spirits. Garrett would like to travel the world a little bit, and he wanted a bit of a different flavor of an experience. It was too tall. It was too high. He wanted to be closer to his family.
Oh, yes. Flowers don't want to be closer to the sun, the thing they love. Yes, please, let's bring them closer to the ground.
I mean, doesn't the flower need water because
Mhm.
it's not in the ground?
Mhm. I
I
got
have
moss.
a wonderful plant for him, a planter for him, and he likes to travel in it, but now he's just in hair.
Well, now he can be free in the moss in my hair that is retaining some water for him to thrive off of. Don't listen to him. It's okay, Garrett. Don't worry. No. It's fine. I know. We can talk about what he did later. It's fine.
I don't like when you play this game, Meep. I'm going to choose to ignore you.
And
I
Meep
think
just does
Garrett
whatever.
looks great on Meep's head.
Thank
so-
you. See, she gets it. Fel. I'm
All
telling
of
you.
you are background noise. Nothing I can hear up here.
I start throwing like sticks at Fel. Like I just start lobbing sticks right at his like abdomen, basically, because that's as far as I can reach, and he's just standing.
So I'm listening to this mess, and it's reminding me of the time that I met a giant talking plant once, a few continents away. It was
Wow.
about 10 feet tall.
Oh
See,
shit.
now he has interesting things to say. Please continue, my friend.
Oh,
Okay,
we
while
were
you're doing
traveling
that,
around
I'm gonna
as we-
keep looking for this person that we're supposed to
Good.
be finding.
Maybe we should do that. Let's do that.
But also, Garrett looks fabulous on you.
Thank you so much. I thought the same
You're
thing. It
welcome.
means a lot. Thank you. I really like your hair.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing. So I imagine that it is Dragomir and Illyria a little bit more in the front. Not like a rigid marching order, but
Yeah.
so I think you two would probably notice around like the similar time. As you're looking like out ahead, and again, mostly just like jungle. There are no paths. It's just jungle. You see wooden boards ahead, and when I say that, that's my description of I forgot what to call a wall. I forgot what that was called. You see a building ahead of you, which is very out of place and looks surprising. It looks surprising. Yeah, do you pause, or do you just keep walking towards this building?
I hide behind Fel because I live in a tree, in a hollowed out tree with my family. And like it looks weird to me. I've never really seen a building like that, so I just cower behind him.
I'll walk toward it. Be like, hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm following with Iliana. I cannot say
Illyria.
that name. Illyria. There we go. And I'm gonna start looking for a door.
Hello?
As you get
Anybody
closer,
home?
you see that it is shaped like a pub. It appears to be a tavern. There is a there's a chimney in the back. There's no smoke coming out of it. There's no lights on in the window. There's an old sign. It says The Hidden Duck on it. There's a picture of like a bush with like a little ducktail sticking out from behind it. And yeah, there's a pub in the middle of the forest.
This is weird, right?
What do you mean weird?
I
This
don't
is a
know. I don't
pub.
spend a lot of time in the jungle.
What is it? What is that? Fel, what
It's
is
the
that?
place where everybody gathers. We have the greatest time, and they have a magical drink inside.
Let's go.
Let's
People?
go check it out.
Let's go.
Amazing. Who goes through the door first?
Is it just unlocked?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I barrel
I mean,
I absolutely
Amazing.
barrel through the front door. I sit down at a table. I don't want to like jump ahead, but like, are there people inside?
The place is full.
Okay, I sit down with a group of
Wait.
people and realize that they're not super stoked to have somebody randomly sit down with them. My social skills are a little lackluster because I'm not used to being around people. So I stand back up but am totally overwhelmed by everything that's going on in there.
So you sit down at a table full of people,
Mhm.
and like they're all very kind. They're all like, "Oh, hey, like
Okay,
nice
good.
to meet you. I haven't we don't get new people around here very often. Like very friendly, like over ready to like order you a drink." The rest of you, when you go through, you might notice something a little bit different. From the outside, there was no lights on it in the windows, but when you go in, there's very warm lighting. There's a fire in the mantle, and all of the people, most of the people, are just like a little bit transparent. Just like a
Oh.
little bit.
Hey, did you guys see somebody who looked injured wandering this way?
Oh, there's a traveler. Somebody like immediately passes up and is like, yeah, there was like a traveler who came through a little while back. We don't get new people around here very often. It was really nice. Like this was a great day. Like, and this is one of those people who just keeps talking. They're like, yeah, we don't get new people. Like this is like, twice in one day. Like look at you all look healthy. It's so nice to see you. Like, yeah, that person earlier, they had a bit of a limp. My grandma had once. We just rubbed like this plant on it. It went away right away, but that might also be because, well, anyways, that's not important. But yeah, there's a new person who was really nice, and then somebody else is basically is like, nobody cares about your damn story. That herb didn't work. We know what you did with that herb, and then people start laughing, and it's almost normal. It's almost normal.
Am I still at the table with the other people?
Yeah, and as you're, you sat down, everybody was really nice, and you are like, okay, yeah, I can breathe, and then that's when you probably notice that you're like, these people are a little bit transparent.
Mm. Can I nudge one of them, like, or does my arm go through the person? Like, are they?
Yeah, so like you like maybe like lean over to like pretend to like fall into somebody a
Yeah.
little bit, and it's very cold. You pass right through them. They don't seem to notice.
Okay, I stand back up and I just slowly edge away from the table and go and walk over to my group of folks while they're all still doing what they're up to. So
Well, Fel is definitely trying to still get through the doorway of just like, dear God, they don't make these tall enough. I have to hurt my back every time I just want to walk into a building. I hate this world sometimes.
It's fair. It's valid.
Oh, wait, and we all notice these are ghosts, or we just notice that they're transparent?
So ghosts and undead aren't a thing in this world. You like obviously like there are stories, but it would be like somebody telling you a ghost story in our world. Like it's not really like a common or accepted thing.
I feel like I would feel like he'd be like crouched down and just like, anyone else notice this? This is continued from my conversation from outside. This is weird, right?
So I'm inside and I'm looking back and saying, listen, it's a little weird, but the barkeep is right over there. Let's just relax for a minute. We've been walking for a very long time. We almost just died. And there's a barkeep right there. Let's just go talk to them. Maybe have a little drink. See what happens.
All right, that's all I needed. Let's go.
and I don't
Okay.
know because like I don't know if people are transparent or not. I've never seen that people. Maybe there are a certain type of people that
Fair.
are just transparent.
Who are we to judge?
Yeah.
Fair. So, I believe Fel and Meep both have passive perceptions of 15. What that means is when you're not looking for something, that's how likely you are to notice something.
Mm.
So both of you notice that there is one person sitting at the bar. He's kind of in the corner, who is not transparent. He is wearing clothes from all over the world. Like he has a hat from one continent, like a shawl from a different one, just like an absolute mishmash of clothing. He has there's a small glass with like a clear liquid in front of him, and then he has like a very like long pipe in his other hand, and he's just like chilling in the corner. But he stands out because he's not a little bit transparent. But yeah, you can go up to the bartender, and they're standing there wiping a glass with a cloth. There's 2 other people like working behind the bar, bringing drinks out. And yeah, if you go up to the bar, like somebody will immediately be like, like, what can I get for you? How you doing today? It's good to see you.
So, the first thing I want to do when I get up to the bar is ask, what's available to drink, and if there's any news that's come through, even though we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first while I pull up some drink options for you. This stream unofficially sponsored by Fantasy Name Generator. So they'll be like, oh, not a lot of news. It's pretty slow around here. Like we get news once a week through Daryl, the post guy. He brings his wyvern around and he brings news from like the other Sky Islands. But yeah, it's been pretty slow lately. You know, you hear about things from the other islands, but we live a pretty quiet life here. We're pretty happy just to keep to ourselves. You know, we do our work. We go to the pub. That's what they're doing down on the ground and out in the big cities. Doesn't really affect us too much up here. So, yeah.
Wait, which Sky Island are we on? I'll ask one of the.
Yeah, they respond immediately. They respond like immediately. They don't miss a beat because they know this. Give me 2 seconds.
You broke the GM. Thanks, Destiny.
It's okay. It's not like the actual name means anything to me at this point, but
No, it's fine. This is
we just crash landed here. So
Where was Cloud Run? Was that earlier?
Yeah, that was where you
Yes.
started.
Okay.
I'll say to anybody who ever wants to GM, taking a minute to look something up is part of the job.
Mm-hmm.
So we all can't always come up with anything off the top of our head. This is Mistrose Island.
Mistrose.
And the town is called Mistrose. I put that in chat there.
I see. Perfect.
Yeah, they offer you a couple of drinks. I lost my drink menu, but yeah, they have interesting magical sounding names. Some of them, because like the bartender says they know basic magic, so they can give you drinks that change color. They can give you drinks that are a little bit on fire.
that one.
Amazing. So yeah, they and like the drinks that they present to you, they thud on the table, and the second they leave their hands, there's a physical drink. It's like a bright red liquid, with like a purple flame that comes up off of it, and if you drink it, it tastes like, to you, perfect. To you, everything you could want. If you imagined what drinking fire would be like, which I think that'd be on brand for you, this is everything your heart desired.
Wow, it's like kind of spicy. It's really nice.
Thank you. I brewed that one myself, and then I add a little something extra in there. I cast a couple cantrips to make it look fancy. It really adds to the whole effect. You could tell the bartender's like very, very pleased. They're like, I work hard on this.
What you always want to hear from your bartender. I added something special.
It's fine.
They're the only
Just
one that's not
fire.
transparent.
It'll be okay. No, it's fine.
Did Meep say something, or was that Candace?
Meep looks at Illyria taking this drink from the one person who is not transparent is still just trying to figure out why everybody else is transparent and if that's like a normal thing or if that's a if it's something that it is suspicious. So
That's fair. That's a very valid thing to wonder.
I'm assuming there's someone next to Fel, right? Like a patron here. I'm just going to put my hand in and out of where their head should be.
Yeah, I think we get this shot of like Illyria like having a drink and like me kind of being like, I'm assuming that Dragomir was also like, what did he order a drink as well?
Yeah, so we would have just ordered whatever the barkeep recommended,
Mhm.
whatever the barkeep likes.
Yeah,
maybe
so he
try to
gives you
keep it
like a
some sort
ship
of
in a bottle
conversation.
that looks like a little like there's like a glass and it looks like there's clouds in it and you could see like little like ships going through it and so he gives you that to drink. But then so we have like that in like the foreground and then in the background we just have Fel like sticking his arm through a person and bringing it back out.
Hey, Fel, that's kind of rude.
but it's
I
weird
don't know if
though.
anybody ever taught you that.
I'm sorry, but like, is the person reacting at all? And I'm just looking at Illyria. Like, we're just gonna pretend like you're just having a drink. We're just gonna pretend that all of this is normal.
Why not? We literally just like fell out of the sky here. What?
Fell
And
out of the
a
sky.
weird blue force field kept a bowler from hitting us in the head and killing us. This is not even the weirdest thing that's happened all day.
This is the third weirdest thing that's happened to me today. I'm with
Exactly.
her.
Well, okay, and the person next to me is just not doing
They're
anything.
just like not really they're reacting as if you were kind of like patting them on the shoulder. At first they're like, "Ah, yeah, hey buddy." And then after that they're kind of like, "Yeah, okay, hi. Like what's up?"
I just don't even respond to that. I look over to our group and like, did y'all notice the person that is not this down the bar? Hey, squishy one! I yell out to the person at the bar.
So wait, the person acknowledged Fell? Like the person that he's putting his hand through their head?
Yeah, they were basically like acting as if he was like patting them on the back.
So they're not bothered by it necessarily.
Nope.
Meep notices this is happening and notices that Illyria and Dragomir are both like having a drink and just like chilling after the long walk. And I look around, Meep looks around, and she puts her arms out and she just runs. She runs in circles through the people. And she, oh
I
my
thought
god,
you
they're
were
real, but
leaving.
not. What? Sorry, Illyria?
I thought you were leaving. You said you just run, and I was imagining you running onto the jungle.
Peace. No, she's like her arms are like going through people and she's running around. Oh my god, they're real, they're not, they're real, Fel. And Fel's just like still doing this. Like, okay. I'm just living my best life.
While they're doing that and I'm having my drink, I would like to just begin ritual casting detect magic.
Okay. Sounds good. What does that look like? Like, do you take anything out? Are you saying like words?
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's just like a little prayer, and I'm kind of moving my hands a little bit, and I'm just praying to Imperna and kind of like talking about all of the really pretty things I saw today and explaining Garrett and all that while I talk to Imperna.
Amazing. And so when you cast your cleric magic, and this is a ritual takes quite a bit longer than like the cast you did earlier to light fire. You still feel Imperna. You feel her warmth. You feel you know those days where you just like feel like really pretty, like maybe you just came home from the salon or you're just having a good day and you just feel really pretty. That's the feeling you get anytime you talk to your god. It's very comforting. It's very good for your confidence. It's just nice. And anybody who is watching, if you had to like pick a color, is it for your magic? Would it be like goldish or like fire, like sparks?
Yeah, kind of golden.
Mm-hmm. So there's like this this light as you're casting this, and you're like focusing on this for about 10 minutes. So 10 minutes go by. The description I'm going to give you is not mechanical. So we get the world through Illyria's eyes for a minute, and as you look around, we see what the magic of this world looks like. So the little bits of dirt that the druid and the barbarian probably have about them, like there's this magic in it because like the dirt of this world is inherently magical. It literally grows through nature. Humans are all magic. It manifests in different ways. And so when you look at a barbarian, like while they're casting their magic, it would glow brightly. But right now, because he's not in a rage, like it's contained. Even like a fighter who's honed their skills, you can see the way that it flows through them is different. When you look at Meep, it's very similar to like forest magic, except it seems to be more not like tamed, but like directed. So we see through your lens like all of this magic, and then the magic that you see with these patrons, like you see this like ethereal glow around them, is not something that you've seen before. Because like I said, undead aren't really a thing in this world, so this is, and like necromancy is absolutely forbidden. But if you had to like compare it to something, like this would just like maybe like very, very slightly necromancy is the closest thing you would have to a description to undead, so that's the only thing you'd really be able to compare it to. And then as you like look out towards the door, as we're looking around, and basically it's like the world has gone black and white, and then there's different like colors for different magic. The magic of like people, the magic of nature, the magic of each like class. And then you watch like two people like stand up and walk out the door, and as they walk out the door, they just disappear. And like they're still like talking, and they're like linked arms, and they walk out the door, and they just like dissolve as they go through the door, and you don't see them.
I don't like that.
Nope. That.
We don't all see this, right? Just
No, this is because she cast
Yeah.
detect magic. Anybody who has the ability to detect magic would have seen the world through this lens before. You could also have done it with a scroll, maybe, question mark, at some point. So it's something you might have seen before, but this is just Illyria seeing this right now.
So we didn't all see people dissolve through a door.
Anybody who looks towards the door would see that. It would just be a little bit less dramatic because the second they step out like into the sunlight, it's less dramatic. But yeah, they still kind of disappear when they go out the door.
Okay. That makes Meep a little more scared. That like
I don't actually really describe any of this. I'm just like kind of looking to see like, do I understand what's happening here? And I'm like, do I get any sense from like Imperna or my Deva or anything that this would be like, even though I can tell it's kind of like necromancy, do I get the sense of danger that I would normally come from like forbidden magic?
Yeah, I think when you turn like internally to your protectors, your Deva is kind of doing this. They're like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to think about this. I do not perceive. We don't talk about this. You can tell that they're like, we have thoughts, but we can't acknowledge them right now. Whereas like your patron, like it's not that they're gone, but it's also like a head turned the other way kind of thing. Like, do not perceive.
This is weird. I think we might have found something we're not supposed to find.
So we're familiar with each other. Would I have like maybe we had this sort of discussion in the past for me to just sort of immediately trust that? As soon as you said that, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is kind of messed up.
The other thing you could go off to is because she spent like 10 minutes casting a ritual. So you might have seen something like this before. You knew she was casting magic. So I feel
that makes sense. Yeah, I've been all over the world. Okay, so yeah, so I'm just gonna side with her and say, hey, I've seen rituals like this before. Or I've seen people do things like this before. If she's worried, maybe we should take a little bit of a look around or get out of here.
That's just to the group.
To the group, yeah. Well, maybe just to you because Meep is running through people with her arms out, and I probably can't get her attention.
Okay,
I'm not like intentionally looking worried, but I am acknowledging to like Fel and Dragomir, who are still sitting here, like, I don't think we were actually supposed to find this.
I think I would point to the one because Del, you mentioned that there was one person who seemed solid, right, at the
Yeah.
bar. I would point to that person, like not even nonchalantly. I would just straight up point and like, I think we should talk to them. Or if Illyria, if your magic says anything about that person, just
Did
8-foot
they look
tall
like they're
for
wearing
more.
any magical equipment or
You don't
anything?
sense any magical equipment. You do immediately recognize. You can basically tell people's classes by the way that
Mhm.
magic flows through them. You can tell this person is a monk. You can tell
Mm.
because basically all people again have magic flowing through them, and your class like dictates how it is. With the monks, it's very smooth and controlled the way that the magic flows through them. Like it's very like intentional. Um, and you can tell by looking at this person. Not only is it like very like smooth, but it's also very slow, which basically means that like yes, they have a very high control over their themselves and their like spirit, magical power, mana, like whatever you want to call it.
Has anyone approached that person and said, like, you look different yet?
Mm.
Okay, Meep does that. Meep stops running around. And she notices that like the adults are kind of like congregating and like noticing that something's a little bit off. And here overhears Dragomir saying, yeah, that or no, sorry, Fell saying that, oh yeah, that one person is definitely a little more solid. And then Meep runs up to that person and goes, why is everybody see-through except for you? Is
Dear
this supposed to
God.
be this way? Ignore him. Listen, I'm new here. And I feel like there might be something going on here. Are they going to be solid like you eventually? Or are they all permanently see-through? And should I be scared?
This person like they like look up and like the brim of their hat looks up. You see you can see their face. You can see they're wearing like fairly simple robes, but you can see like tattoos going underneath, and like because they're holding a pipe, you can see like the tattoos like go onto their hands. And they're holding this pipe and they like remove the pipe from their hands and they smile at you and say like oh, it's you haven't seen people like this before. Well, I guess that's understandable. Um they used to be solid, but they're not anymore. But they won't hurt you.
I didn't ask if they were going to hurt me. I mean, I'm a little more concerned than I was before, but that's okay. Illyria, Dragomir, Fell,
Mhm. Yeah.
do you want to talk to this person? Because I don't know what to say to this person anymore. And she just walks away and goes sits down, but not at the table with the people. Instead, she just kind of like backs away into like the dark like shadows and just stares at everything and is a little overwhelmed. It's hood time. Yeah.
Meep's work is done.
Yeah.
So yeah, like this person like turns to you. You can see his face, like he's smiling. Again, you didn't see any like magical items on. His posture is very relaxed, and he's like, "Yeah, do you have any questions?" I didn't know. I didn't think many people knew about this pub. I'm usually the only person who comes from away.
Nope. Inside check this.
Okay,
Nope. Nope.
go ahead.
12.
Okay. You get a good feeling from him. Like you again, you don't like I'm not going to tell you you trust him because that's completely on you, but you again, his posture, you've met violent people. His posture is very relaxed. He seems to be enjoying his drink. Um you don't sense anything threatening from him. Were you looking for any other information?
No, just honestly, yeah, just a vibe check. Just
Yeah, no, he just seems relaxed and like yeah, he has his drink, he has his pipe, and he just seems to be hanging out.
I feel like Fel would like kind of turn to the other people in the party and just see if they want to speak, or
So-
if the giant 8-foot furball is going to be the one that handles this.
So you said that that he's got clothes from a bunch of different places.
Yeah.
So I want to ask him where he's from. because Dragomir is well traveled. I'm well traveled, so I've seen different types of clothing, and it doesn't look like it's all from one place. So I want to know how he got here, where he's from, why does he have such a wild outfit? Maybe not in those exact terms, but just you're an interesting dressed fellow. Where are you from? You know.
Well met, traveler. I see you've been to a few places. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, he basically says like, oh, it's, yeah, I pick things up on my travels. I don't really have a place I call home. I go from here to there. I travel around with my best friend. We see the world. We see what the world has to offer. We like to meet interesting people. We like to hear interesting tales.
Do you have a
Friendship
way?
is so wonderful.
Isn't it?
Do you
Where's
have a
your friend?
way?
Oh, my friend, he's flying around right now. He's taking a quick he's perusing around the area. I think he's gonna go pick up a few sheep.
Watch out for boulders. Just say.
Oh, is your friend the wyvern?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, the wyvern that you saw briefly earlier flying through the sky. When you say that, he's like, yeah, that's my friend.
Do you think he could help us out of here? We sort of crashed back there a little aggressively.
Oh, I might be able to. We were gonna stay here a couple of days, so if you're not in any hurry, he can only take a few people at a time, and it would take some time. But I hope you're okay to wait till our holiday is over. It's just really nice to get away sometimes, you know.
I mean, if it's just a couple of days, I'm not that concerned. I've got a nice cozy bar with some very good drinks. I'm kind of happy, you know. Dragomir is kind of happy. I don't know about everybody else, but
Do we have like any type of innate sense to know like if we're on a time schedule for this contract we signed or anything?
You weren't really given a timeline. You're just giving a pulling feeling,
Mhm.
as well as safety from the boulders. So
Where were we traveling to on our boat?
that
When
doesn't
we
really matter.
Okay.
So, I shouldn't say that.
I
Doesn't
just
really
didn't
matter.
know like a sense of urgency with like what we were originally doing either.
So you each were going to your own places. You might have just been like going to a different port to make a different connection. You each might have had your own motives and things you were doing.
Okay.
So
I just didn't know if there was
um,
something important that
yeah, I forgot to ask
is
because
unrelated.
I knew it wasn't gonna. I knew you weren't gonna get there, so I didn't
Perfect.
actually make
Didn't
the
matter.
destination. But yeah, you don't know if there's a time schedule. You just know you're trapped on an island, and your options appear to be a little bit, well, as limited as what you can come up with. So
Do we feel like we have time to wait for a holiday after whatever agreement we've all had to sign into?
Do we think that thing, the shard, is here?
That'd be really convenient and nice.
It would be.
Did
Was
you
the
detect-
pulling feeling pulling us to this tavern?
no, you still
Or-
have it. It was pulling you past
Oh.
it. The one thing is that part of what the voice said is retrieve the lost shard from the hands of the intruders upon this sacred place. So there's no time urgency, but you were asked to protect it from intruders. So
But we feel a pulling that's like not here. Like they're still pulling away
yeah,
from us.
Okay.
you feel the pulling to keep going, and like the pulling, it's not like annoying. It's like when you realize your tongue's too big for your mouth, and then you're like, ah, that's there. I'm so sorry.
Why
I'm
did
so
you do
sorry.
this?
You just.
You did it to all of us.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. If
Well,
it makes you feel any better, I have a retainer, so now I'm very aware of my retainer. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, no, I'm like licking my retainer and my teeth right
I'm
now.
so sorry.
Thanks, GM.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
I will turn to the traveler and be like, so you don't seem worried, but I thought this type of magic wasn't really allowed.
He grins at that, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, only this magic can only take place if Burn's eyes are shielded." And when he says that, you all know Burn is the god of death. You all know the stories that if you die and you try and resist, that Burn's angels will come assist you on your journey to the afterlife. Which is why this world is not plagued with undead. Burn does a very good job of making sure that people get where they need to go. So when he mentions that Burn's eyes are shielded from this place, that basically means there's something at power here that's keeping the god of death from seeing this place.
Specifically the tavern or like the island?
Do you ask him that?
Yeah, sure.
He kind of laughs, and he's just like, I haven't actually tested out the radius.
Oh. Well, so we mentioned we crash landed. There were a lot of other people who didn't make it.
Well, if you didn't see them wandering around, that's probably a pretty good test that they were escorted. Did you hear any holy shrieking? Did you see any
I don't think so.
interesting creatures? Well, then it was probably fine. I think you would have noticed if Byrne had noticed. Or if Byrne hadn't noticed, I should say.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't try dying outside the radius of this pub, and as you can see, even if you do die here, it's not exactly freedom.
Damn.
You die in the pub, do you die in real life?
Is this loud enough for all of us to hear, or is this kind of like a private conversation?
You can hear if you're listening.
Yeah, I'm not really whispering or anything.
Yeah, and he's not either. Like the people around, the more you realize, it's like when Fel was sticking his arm in, they don't seem to notice things that would interrupt their perception of reality.
So there was that pair of tracks we were following. I don't know if that has anything to do with whatever is occurring here.
Oh yeah, the traveler who passed through earlier. He didn't stay long.
What did they look like?
He describes like the clothing that they were wearing, like brown cloaking. Like he gives like descriptors of like, oh, like this clothing from this area, like armor, like light armor, like a human, about yay high, like descriptors like that. That basically like just like an ordinary sounding guy, like didn't notice any like particular flow of magic. Seemed to be in a hurry though.
I would say that while staying here seems wonderful and we can have revelry or whatever else that y'all want to do, this person seems to be running from something. They didn't seem to stop to try to help, and they just continued on. I think we need to find them.
So I'm in. I'm thinking we got a couple of days to come back to catch our ride off the island. I still want to find that person. You know, I've been sitting around having drinks for 15 minutes or whatever while we're chatting and doing the ritual. So let's go look for him. I'm in.
Meep's already at the door.
Meep's like, get me the out of this place.
Meep backed away and crawled towards the door and was like, let's go.
I'll just turn to the bartender. What do we owe you?
Yeah, he like gives you a tab and you take it. I'm not gonna do the math right now.
No worries.
Yeah. But yeah, you place a few coins on the counter, and like as he grabs them and like holds them, like you see him like grab them. You see like as he picks them up, they get that like transparent effect as he like takes and like moves the money. And yeah, the only non-transparent person like wishes you luck and says he'll be around for the next couple of days if you need anything, and y'all set on your merry way.
And we didn't learn this person's name.
Oh, you can ask if you. Oh, well, I guess you ran.
I'm halfway out the door, but I'm like, oh, what was your name? I'm Meep.
I'm Fanuku, and I'll spell that in chat for you.
Cute. And then I just continue to say Fanuku, Fanuku, Fanuku as I walk out the door and down into the jungle, because it's a cool thing to say.
It is a fun one. I agree.
It's great. Fanuku.
Amazing. Yeah, you said out into the forest once more. Was there any conversations you wanted to have as you follow this feeling? Was there any like checks anybody wanted to make, or do we want to? Basically, I'm like, do I set the next scene and then we take a break, or is there anything you all would like to talk about?
Can I do like an investigation or anything to see if there's any like uncommon plant that I see, or like if there's one that's like special in the area?
Did you want to do a nature check instead? Whichever you prefer. I'm good with either of them.
Nature. I'm not used to having nature as a good stat, so yes, that please. That would be an 11.
Ooh. So with an 11, I don't think it's that you find different plants. You find variations of plants you know. So a lot of the magic, because the Sky Islands, the way they float, the dirt, like I said, the dirt is magical. So a lot of the plants that grow on the Sky Islands take on magical properties, which is a lot of how potions are made. So you find plants that you know that are used in like alchemy and things like that, but they are basically they seem more potent. They seem bigger. The flowers are larger. If you see mushrooms, they seem like they are thriving. Basically, the plant life here is having a great time. This Sky Island is quite high up. From what you can tell, you also, like, all of you would know that the area where the giants are, nobody tends to travel around there because of giants. So, you all got very unlucky. But yeah, based on like those kind of things, you find flowers that you know, but they're just better versions. They are more magical. They are more potent. I don't know how much you care about their inherent magical properties, so much that you care that they're wildlife, but...
Yeah, so you would see Fel pull out a notebook and just scratching down notes and just, wow, you all look wonderful. All of you are growing beautifully. I hope every single one of you are having a wonderful day, better day than I am. I got shot out of the sky. I'm sure that you all are doing better than that, and now we're on this journey to find someone, and who knows, but I'm glad I have friends here that I can draw. All of you are looking wonderful, and you see me like show a picture to the plant so that I just did like a quick drawing of, and I think I captured your likeness wonderfully.
Lyra, you're like 90% sure you see the plant blush, and you're like, wait, plants don't have cheeks. It's a bit of a moment.
Wow. Also, your drawings of flowers, so good. Did you study art?
I can't tell if you're patronizing me or legitimately asking me a question. Because I'm used to mainly patronizing.
You. I would literally never do that.
I'm going to choose to accept that this is a nice interaction.
Why are you so... What happened to you? Who hurt you?
I feel like that's a very pointed question for someone that I've just barely met. A lot of people have hurt me.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we were talking about your art.
Yes.
It's great.
Thank you.
You should do it a lot.
Oh, I do. And then you just see like open like just a backpack of like different notebooks. From my travels, I marked down everything I've seen.
Wow.
I tried to draw everything. You never know what like you'll come across. A lot of poisonous plants, a lot of fun plants, a lot of bad plants. There's a couple of very naughty plants you don't want to deal with. And I don't know what I plan to do with this, but I have it for research. And I don't like people, so at least plants don't disappoint me.
Except for Garrett.
Zeril has not disappointed me. While I do not approve of the choices he is making at the moment, it is his choices to make. And while I do find Meep to be rather a lot,
Before he finishes his
She-
sentence, Meep runs in, does a cartwheel over the flowers he was drawing, and flops right down on them.
I was gonna say, what is me doing right now? Oh no!
She just ran in, cartwheeled, flopped down.
like you just squished plants?
Yeah.
Or
Garrett and I were having a conversation, and we decided to come over here and, join you. Wanted to see what you were up to.
I would like to freeze frame from Dragomir's perspective, because with Dragomir's experience of fighting in a ring, you know what people look like when they have decided that they are ready to kill. So we get that perspective from Dragomir for a moment of Meep flopping and like looking towards Fel and being like, "Oh, I know that look."
Yeah, so before all this happens, I was kind of off a little bit in my own world because I've just had a new adventure and I'm thinking of ways to embellish this story for the future. So it wasn't a ghost tavern, it was a ghost town full of half transparent people. And this is where we were. And I turn and see the giant furbolg with a very intent look, and the little one squishing plants, which he has been yelling at us about for a very long time.
Mhm.
So I'm going to run over to the middle of them and try and talk him down if he's that angry.
How angry
With,
is Fel?
but like in my I'm ready to defend myself a little bit because there's
Yeah.
like 4 people alive. I don't want us killing each other.
Fel has legitimately pulled out the giant glaive that would be like for a normal person, like multiple, like two-handed, but it's pretty much just a f***ing sword in his hand, and he's removing bags, and you can see just like the rage legitimately filling and ready to go into a rage.
So listen. Before you get too intense, it's a very big sword, sir. It's a very little person. Those were very big flowers.
Oh, she's a
They'll
very
fit-
little
I'm
person, but
certain
she's
they
a
will be
huge pain in
fine.
my ass. Trust me, I've been in this position very much so.
This is what it's like dealing with him, everybody. This is what
Oh,
it's
this
like.
is what it's dealing like with me. I say I have one rule: is to not squish plants. And what do? You just say "F all" to that rule.
Meep is only just
don't
now
like-
realizing what she did.
Everyone-
Like, she didn't realize that she had crushed the fly. Like, it wasn't intentional. She just did a full cartwheel and like landed, right? And she
Mhm.
looks Fel straight in the face and goes, reaches into her hair and pulls out a ball of moss and goes, "You want you offering peace, Fel?" It's from Garrett.
I didn't prepare calm emotions today, so I really hope you guys can work this out.
You would probably actually instantly see kind of like a wave hit Fel of realizing someone's legitimately, like, even though it could be from a place of terror, like legitimately offering a gift to him, which is not a normal occurrence. So he looks at the moss, and while not calmed, does put the weapon away and just grabs his bag and just starts walking towards whichever like way he's feeling the pull to be.
Mhm.
And just like almost just like a steam engine, you just hear like the exasperation just to calm down.
Like all the emotions just kind of like release from you, and you're just like,
Yes.
okay.
And Meep feels
Just the-
bad. Meep didn't even realize. And so she tries to prop up the flowers, even though they're like cracked and like kind of squished because, she's a
Do you want to
stout.
use druidcraft to make the flowers look pretty again?
Yeah. Can Meep do
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have your character sheet open?
I do.
Go to your spell page,
Okay.
which is on the right.
Yep.
And on your cantrips where it says druidcraft.
Click that.
Yeah, if you hit the little speech bubble, yeah. So there's the effect that's in chat now.
Okay.
And it gives you some ideas of what you can do. So you can make flowers bloom.
Oh.
You can basically like make instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom.
Oh.
Which I feel like reading within context, you could probably make a squished flower look a little happier.
Perfect. So Meep kind of crouches down and sees Vel walking away, kind of looking a little defeated, but like kind of dealing with his emotions. And she just kind of like whispers like, "It's okay, I'll fix it. It's fine." and then she casts Druidcraft, and all the little flowers pop back up, and then she goes, Fel, come here.
What is it, Meep? I'm not turning around, but I am listening.
I fixed it. They're happy.
He looks over his shoulder just enough to see what she did.
Yeah, you see, they look happier than they did before, and you
She
could probably
tiptoes
still see like does Meep have like a green like glowing in her hands while she's casting this magic?
Yeah, green and gold sparkly while she's
Yeah.
doing it. So that just kind of spreads all over the place, and she's like really carefully tiptoeing away as she's doing that, as to not step on anything else. And she's like, "I fixed it," as she's backing away a little bit.
Thank you, Meep. And you see him actually like relax as much as he probably would be. He would still be pretty stressed and just but he definitely does relax. And you see him pull out the book again and readjust the photo just to look a little bit more like, or the drawing a little bit more of how it looks now, and just closes it and puts it back in his bag and looks back to the group and just, shall we continue?
And then Meep looks at Dragomir like, what do we do next?
So I have a question out of
Yeah.
game. We haven't said our names to each other yet, right?
Meep has said Meep's name several times.
we haven't said our names to each other yet, right?
No.
We haven't had like a moment where it's been like, I'm this person.
Do you want to
Okay,
have a
so
moment?
I look up at Fel, whose name I don't know yet, and I say, "Did you just call the little one Meep? I thought that was just a sound that she made."
No, that's what a lot of people assume. But no, her name is Meep.
Okay, well, I'm Dragomir.
Hello, Dragomir. I am Fel. And you, Fire One.
I'm Illyria, sorry.
Illyria.
I'll do my best not to catch plants on fire, but I can't make promises.
As long as you try, that is all I request. Fire is part of nature, but it's fine.
Okay,
Well,
so
now we know everyone.
True.
So I'm gonna just kind of recommend that we head off to look for the person that we had come out here to look for before all of this started, and maybe start heading in the direction that we're being pulled. Kind of like keeping close to any footprints that we might see as we're going, but we're feeling the pulling. Let's go that way.
I assume my
Yeah.
special eyes have worn off now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the last when you like exited the tavern, you would have seen a lot of like very like typical Sky Island magic. Again, you would have seen like the glowing of the ground and like all of like pretty much life and magic are very intimately tied together. So all of the trees, all of the plants, they all have like their own special glow. You've been casting this magic for years, so you can set the information apart and compartmentalize. It's basically like putting a filter on your limits. But yeah, you feel this pulling, and you almost feel like before your eyes fade away, you can see this light like leading you through the forest. And then I think we get a shot again of the four of you going into the forest, following these foot tracks.
Foot tracks
Um,
it is.
What tracks it is.
Yeah. And again, like the camera stays back and we see all of you disappear into the forest. But I think now, like with the vibe, with the music, with all the high budget cinematic effects that we have, there's more of a sense of camaraderie and more of a sense of like we're here to do a job and we're here to try and escape. But we're also getting to know each other. We're also on this adventure together. So we pick up with our adventurers as they are wandering through the forest, and we pick up on them just as they come into a clearing to a large mouth of a cave. The mouth of this cave has been covered in symbols. There are etchings on the wall. If anybody would like to make a religion or history check, they're more than welcome to.
Religion or history? Well, wow, both are 0.
I'm gonna do a history check.
What did you get?
Ah,
What did you get?
natural 20.
Of course, it's the thing that you're like, I have nothing in this. This is gonna go poorly, and the dice are like,
Got
incredible.
your back.
Okay, I was gonna be like, what did everybody else get? I can see that. That is something that I can see. Okay, Illyria got a 12 for history. Meep got a 15 for history, and Dragomir got a 14 for history. So, I'm gonna start with Pixel, Destiny, and Candace. The three of you are like, some of these symbols you don't recognize, but some of these symbols appear to be of the god Soltis. They appear to, who is like the sun god. He's quote unquote the Zeus of this world. He's like the king of the gods. He's like the big one. He's one of the ancient gods. So in this world, there's ancient gods and there's new gods. The new gods are like the smaller ones. The ancient gods are like the big ones. So those are the big 6. And Solstice is kind of a big deal. He's a sun god, like all those classic kind of things. So there are symbols that you recognize amidst ones that you don't. I will say, Meep, because you got a slightly higher roll and also because you have the linguist skill, you would recognize that these symbols are a little bit outdated. Like, you can still read them and recognize them, but you basically can tell, like, the difference between something written in, like, English and Old English. Like, you can tell these are old.
And these are inside of the cave, right?
Yeah, they're kind of, like, around, like, the mouth of the cave,
Okay.
of, like, the entrance. Nobody's, like, stepped in yet, but these are carved all around this outside.
Okay.
Fell with your natural 20, you recognize that, like, because, like, to the untrained eye, these symbols would just look like maybe some, like, doodles around the edge of religious symbols. You recognize that there are 2 different scripts going on here. You are very confident that you don't recognize one of them and have never heard of it before. But the other one is, again, clearly, like, Soltis and things like that. You still don't know, like, it seems to just be like, again, like stuff to Soltis, things you would see at a typical shrine, even if it's like a little bit outdated. But yeah, the other ones that are carved in here is a script you are very confident you have never seen before.
I would probably bring that up to everybody in the group and just see if any of you understand any of this? Seems to be 2 different writings.
Is there any like celestial happening among this?
Yeah, so you would recognize it. It's kind of similar. You just get more information that, like, the Solstice things are very typical of what would be carved around a cathedral. You just actually know what they say, so it's a lot of like live, laugh, love kind of bullshit. Except it's celestial. So when other people look at it, they're like, "Oh, fancy god!" Right? When you read it, you're like, "This is just generic bullshit that doesn't actually mean anything." Regardless, that's one reading on it. But yeah, basically, you're just like, these are very typical cathedral writings. Like there's not any like particular information. Like there's like maybe a couple of phrases that like stand out as like a little bit different. Instead of it necessarily feeling quite like a temple, this feels more like a treasury. It feels a little bit more like something is being kept here.
Well, our
Should we-
shard might be here. But otherwise, it's just a lot of random bullshit. Like, love your neighbor, live, laugh, love your way to.
Oh dear God. So do we go in here? I will say me and caves sometimes do not mix very well. 8 feet
You can't.
tall.
Oh, that makes sense. I just
Oh,
thought
it's
you
a pretty
couldn't
big.
see.
It's pretty like big. It's very dark inside though.
Can you see in a cave?
I don't think furbolgs have dark vision, right?
Let's take a look.
I really don't know. I have furbolg magic. Oh, I can cast detect magic. Oh, I
No,
should
you-
read my things.
You don't have dark vision.
Well, wait. Why would we need dark vision? Illyria, don't you have? Aren't you fool? Aren't you? Can't you
Just
do
checking
fire?
to see if you need some light.
You are
Here,
the light.
give me your favorite flower. I'll give
This
it right
is
back.
not-
Picking favorites.
Just pick.
Carrots.
You know what?
Give
I'll
you-
just touch his little flower crown, and I'll cast light. Here you go.
Oh, this is entirely
all I
different than
wanted
I
to
was
do.
expecting. Okay.
I wasn't
Sorry,
gonna
you were.
put it in flames.
What? You lit fire earlier. Dead bodies. You didn't care. How am I supposed to know?
That was respect.
I got you.
And,
I
like,
see you.
After seeing the previous encounter where he got really pissed off, when Illyria starts to reach up, I just sort of do a pause and I'm like, okay, I'm ready, just in case.
Hold your breath for a second. It's
Yeah, just a quick like.
So I'm guessing this means we traverse the cave.
Do we
I mean,
feel like the
it's
pull
pulling you, right?
towards the cave?
Yeah, it's the cave. Also,
Of course, the
Yeah.
pulling is into the deep dark cave with the weird symbols around it. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
it be?
apparently I do have dark vision. Is the other thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody has dark vision
Oh, we all
except
do.
for Concho.
Gotcha.
Who
Okay.
has a light
Wonderful.
magic crown?
He's
now.
fine. He's got a light. He's got a headlamp.
Halo. Okay.
I do. I have a
It's
headlamp now, and I love it. I want to turn to Meep really quick,
Mhm.
and I will legitimately like kneel onto one leg, like to get lower. Meep, I love that you. While love is a strong word, I appreciate your will to explore and go over here and go over there. You could fall into a cavern in here, so please do not just disappear and explore.
How many lights can I have going at once?
There are so many things to explore, Fel.
I understand, but I will tie you to me if I need to. This is me giving you a little bit of leeway. I'm trying to be better. I will tie myself to you if you do any of your wild.
I look over
you
to
prefer-
Dragomir. Yeah. Yes. Illyria.
Good.
I would just look at Illyria and Dragomir and kind of look for their reaction to what's happening here to kind of be like, is he like babying me or like I look over to both of you.
If you prefer, I can put the light on her, and then we know where she's at.
That doesn't help if she falls into a hole.
We'll be able to identify how far she went.
That is a very good point.
I can guide the way.
Dear God, that's like asking a fly to lead us in a dark cavern.
Meanwhile, I'm over on the side, taking off my pack, and I'm already pulling out the rope that I have in my pack, knowing that this is a good idea, and agreeing with the furbolg, having seen her run through ghosts.
Are you putting
Earlier,
a
I'm
leash
thinking-
on our friend?
I mean,
Or
she
light.
ran like an Animal Crossing villager with a stick through the ghosts, so.
I
I'm
don't think I
thinking
can
we
make
don't
promises.
Want her to die?
Yeah, I can't make any promises. There are too many things. Do as you must.
We're gonna tie them together.
Dear God.
Me, please.
I've seen a few comments tonight that have said Daddy fell, and I'm like, is this a thing? Are we making this a thing?
So I just
They
I
already made it a thing.
grab some of the rope out of my bag and offer it to Fel. But here you go.
I look at Illyria like, help. 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 Realistically, she.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
going to at least just
I'll
grab
let
the
you go.
rope. I'm just gonna put it on, like an adventurer does. I'm just gonna put it on.
Mhm.
Meep, I am not trying to baby you. I am not trying to speak down to you. I am just saying, I understand that when you see something, you get very excited. We don't know what's in this cave. I am giving you an opportunity. If something happens, I will tie us together. And then that way, if you fall off a little cliff, you won't die.
Uh,
That is all I am saying.
Meep shuts up and then like as he starts to walk away a little bit, she's literally putting her footstep in his footstep and just doing that. that's the carefully.
Except his footsteps are so far apart.
Exactly. So
Okay.
she's like doing the splits between each footstep.
Oh.
Incredible.
Do you think there's any traps in here? Because I'm not very good at finding those.
Well, this is a cave, dwarf.
Yeah.
We will be fine.
You feel very confident you're surrounded by your natural. So you don't get very far in when there is a large there's like a stone, like somebody has constructed or like carved into like a stone entranceway with a door. Just like blocking off the cave. There's just a big old door. There are no symbols. It looks like a pretty like it's like very like nicely like carved door, but it's like elegant, but and with your rock knowledge, Pixel, you're like, this is a good door. But also like this is like the stone, like all of like the history you have, like this is something like the Church of Solstice would commission. So it's very much tied to like the symbology you saw before.
So I'm going to let the rest of the party know this is basically a big church door. I've seen a lot of stones. This looks like a lot like there would be in a church. And does it have a handle? Can I reach and try and open it?
There's no handle. There also doesn't appear to be like a keyhole or a knocker. Like it's missing a few basic features of a door.
It's a stone door or a wood door in a cave?
It looks stone.
Can I check how solid it seems?
Like you want to like bang on the door?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm checking to see if I can just like fucking break this thing somehow. So I'm testing to make sure I'm not going to punch something that's going to break my entire arm.
So you're putting your hand on the door.
Oh, yeah. I made the decision. Yep.
Your hand gets stuck to the door.
Fucking great.
And we're going to roll initiative.
Good to know. Don't touch it.
So
How do I
yeah.
do that one again?
So go to your character sheet.
I
and
see
then
it. I got it.
Yeah, top kind of
There
in
we
the
go.
middle, there's a button like the word initiative.
Yep.
Just hit that. For anybody in chat, we're doing Theater of Mind combat. Luckily, we're all within 10 feet of the door. And when I say we, I mean y'all. Y'all are within 10 feet of the door, so you don't have to worry too much about that. The door also probably doesn't have feet. Who's to say?
Maybe.
Meep is suddenly really glad that she is not tied to Fel.
My hand seems to be stuck to the door. Just so you all are aware. Please help.
Okay, so
How do we help?
I'm just gonna kind of like do my best to wrap my arms around Fel as best as I can, because Prologue is much larger than a dwarf, to try and pull his hand free.
Okay. Fel, make a persuasion check with advantage because you're being helped.
A persuasion.
A persuasion check.
Okay, with advantage.
Yeah, and if anybody is saying anything, please let me know.
Well, I gotta find my llama dice. Where's the hell? Where's my llamas? Wait, hold on. There you are. Okay. Is this the right one? Yeah, it is. Okay. 17.
And is that with 2 rolls because you have advantage because of the help?
Yeah, one was a nat 1, so I'm gonna go with the 17.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. That's a good decision. So your hand falls off the door. The door appears to let go of your hand, and you fall backwards. And the door says, "Who's there?"
The door?
The door says, "Who's there?"
God.
Great.
I'm gonna announce myself to the door.
Like, I am Dragomir Swiftfoot.
I'm Dragomir Swiftfoot. Traveler,
Champion of
storyteller, and fighter. Who are you, door?
Hi, Dragomir Swiftfoot. I'm the door.
Dear God.
Do you think you could maybe move? We're trying to get in there.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to move. Do you know
Could I-
what's inside of me?
Not
I
a question.
don't.
Is it a shard?
Oh. Oh, I do remember hearing people talk of a shard.
And there's one behind you?
Oh, I think so.
So can we have it?
I think I'm supposed to get in between that.
I think you already are.
That's a very good point.
Is this door a creature?
Maybe. It's talking to you.
Can I
It-
is this a thing? Can I thunder wave the door?
You can if you want to.
I want to thunder wave the door. How do I
Okay.
do that?
You can absolutely. I will not discourage this.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to step away from Meep when they see Meep raise their
Yes.
hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Come on, y'all.
No, thank you.
So I'm assuming you all vacate a 15-foot cube approximately.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
definitely step back
As
a
soon
lot.
as like she starts raising her hands to cast a spell, I'm like, oh no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wait, is Fell tied to Meep?
No.
No,
No.
not
not
yet.
Oh, no, they
Well,
decided not
It was
to.
a
That
warning.
worked out for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Candace, right on your spell page where it says Thunderwave, hit the word Thunderwave,
Okay. On what
and
level?
then just
Oh.
level 1.
1. Okay. Submit.
Yep. Okay, so the door has to make a Constitution saving throw, and then we'll roll initiative properly.
The door.
'cause- Yeah, the door.
Yeah. The creature
Yeah.
of the door. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Door Constitution saving throw, so it has to beat a 13. It gets a 10. So it takes all the damage. The
Dear
door takes
God.
the damage.
Meep just laughs. Like very pleased with what she just did.
And yeah, now we'll probably roll initiative. There's a bit of a moment there. So Illyria, I think you had rolled before. You can re-roll if or you can keep the one you rolled before because you're still ready. That's up to you.
It
but
was
yeah,
a 19. I'll keep it.
sounds good. Cool. So it takes 9 thunder damage. Does Meep yell? So basically, like what you do is like you release like a thunderous energy again in like a 15-foot cube. It's loud. It pushes. Like what does this look like for Meep? Is there that same like green glowy magic that we saw before?
It's different. It's a lot. It's like wind. Well, it's thunder, but it's like a wind comes off of her in every direction, and her face she scrunches her face up, and she just goes "Ee!" at the top of her lungs. Wind, and everybody's like hair is blowing back, and they're kind of like this, and yeah, just a really high pitched with their
Meep is
hands
a
out.
Pikachu, and I'm so here for it.
Amazing. I was gonna ask because there is a verbal like component for that spell, what you say, and you answered, and I am so fucking happy.
It's more white. It's not like the same greeny gold
Yeah.
color. It's like a white and then wind. Yeah, air.
Amazing. So Lyra got a 19, and then yeah, everybody else, you
Roll
can roll initiative.
Okay.
which is the button that says initiative.
Oh God.
The door will also roll initiative.
Where's
Go door.
Dear God.
What? I got a 5.
I got a nat 20
Oh
again
my God.
on a fucking initiative.
You're using
God,
them up.
Damn it. So it's technically
Yeah.
21 because I get a +1.
You sound so upset about this. It's wonderful.
It's
Okay.
initiative. Who gives a about a nat 20 on it?
Sometimes initiative can
Pass and
make or
rogue.
break the fight. It's fine. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
So it'll be Fel, Illyria, Door, Dragomir.
Can I talk to the
And-
door, or is the door dead?
Oh, the door's still alive and it's kind of upset
So-
now.
Yeah.
I should have asked its name first. Damn it.
The time for talking has passed. Cool. So yeah, Fel, Illyria, Door, Dragomir, Meep is our order.
Okay.
So as Meep runs forward and throws up her hands and yells Meep, and like thunder happens and like the door takes this blow. When that happens, the door opens its mouth. Some of the nice carving that was like around the outside just opens up to a massive mouth with teeth along both sides and a massive tongue that comes out.
Nope. Don't like that.
Mhm.
Teeth, big old teeth, yeah.
Does
Fel,
it-
it's your turn.
Dope. I would like to rage.
Fair.
Okay, bear
This
with
is
me.
our first time seeing your rage. What does your rage like? Does it look different? Does your expression change? Like, is there like something that we see?
Yeah, like it would probably be like I feel like Fel would take on a little bit more, even like physically, like even though he has some of the sharper teeth and the somewhat color that bleeds into the dark brown of like a brown bear. In rage, you would probably see him look even a little bit more primal like a bear, and
Mhm.
probably like even just more primal, ready to go. And potentially like even like kind of have like the black eyes of like a bear will have. I
Mhm.
think they right. Don't they? Whatever
Sure.
a bear's eyes look like. Sure, we'll go with that. And yeah.
I feel like it's kind of like in movies when people like kind of start to change into a werewolf. Like maybe you like hunch over
Yes.
for a second as you like get bigger. Like maybe your nails get longer, and then
Yes.
you like pull back and like go up to your like new like slightly like bigger, wider size, and
Yes.
then see the attack.
Right. I don't think I have anything special, right? Like it's the rage just helps with some things. I've never played a barbarian, so I'm trying to make sure I don't have anything I need to do before I make this attack.
Let me just check. I think you're good. This is the wrong character sheet. I've only played a berserker barbarian, so let me just take a look.
Oh, I will. I think I can reckless attack, right? You can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with
Yeah.
fierce desperation.
Yeah.
When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly.
Hmm.
Okay, but attack rolls against you have advantage until your next turn. Yeah, fuck yeah, whatever. Hell yeah. I'll do
Hell yeah.
I'll do reckless attack while raging.
Amazing.
And I
Cool.
will attack with my my glaive.
Sounds good.
So that is I just need to make sure I'm doing this. Okay, so that's a +6 to this attack, is that right?
With your strength score. Yep, that's right.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see how this goes. That you dice 7, 8, 9.
Unfortunately,
wait.
a 9.
Don't. Oh wait. Reckless has.
Oh, advantage because you
I
did
do.
it recklessly. Yeah, so
I
try
did.
again. Try
Ah,
again.
Woo. Okay, that's a nat 18 +6. So math.
Yeah, that hits. That hits.
Okay. Okay. So that's 1d10 +4 slashing damage. Where's my d10? I don't playing characters. I don't typically play as. Nope. Wait, what does a d10 look like? This one. I got it. Don't worry, everybody. I got it. Don't worry, everybody. Waiting very patiently. Okay. 1d6. Oh, that was a 10. I will take a picture of this if I have to, but that's a
No,
14.
no, I trust you. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you roll your own dice. 14?
Yeah.
Amazing. So when you attack with your glaive, this is our first physical attack against the door. Where you would expect like a weapon to like bounce off the door, actually like sinks in. Or do you go for like the inside of its mouth because that's definitely soft? I hate that I just said that, but
I would go for that soft mouth.
yeah. Okay. So like, the rest of us will focus on something else.
I already am.
What we see is the perspective of Fel doing this attack, and we see you go in, and we see a blood splatter appear on Fel as they go and do the thing on the inside of the mouth. Without getting too graphic, we get the camera angle change to save us all from seeing this dentistry. Is that your turn?
I believe so, because I don't think I can do anything else.
Yeah, multi-attack is at level 5 and we're at level. So
Yes.
unless yeah, that sounds right. Cool. Illyria.
All right. I don't really want to get that close to this thing.
It does have a pretty big tongue.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah.
So I think I will simply attempt to shoot its nasty tongue
Fair.
with my crossbow.
We've just got a party full of dentists here. It's fine.
I'd like to point out that someone said lick the wall earlier, and I just think that's really funny.
Well, it's a 7,
Yeah.
so I didn't do anything.
Oh. Do you have any bonus actions or like?
I do. We'll just go ahead and we will bonus action cast. Can I do that at the same time?
Bonus action cast should work because you only can't do a bonus action spell if your main action.
Oh, right.
spell.
And, yeah. Spiritual weapon.
Hell yeah, the most broken spell.
Oh
in the game.
god, it's so bad.
Oh, no.
It's okay because it gets to stay there. So my spiritual weapon looks like a giant makeup brush.
Hell yeah.
That I am smacking this door with, except it didn't get through its teeth apparently.
Fair.
So
it tries though, and it's there now. It's there.
Yeah,
now.
so it's just hanging out there now.
Cool. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Perfect. It is now the door's turn. There's a big old barbarian standing right in front who just did it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So it is going to try and bite you.
Wait, I'm not there, right?
You're a little bit further back. It got a 9. So it does not hit you.
It has advantage on me because of reckless.
Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. It got a 22.
Me.
Does that hit
Dear
you?
God. Yeah, that hits, Del. Does it hit?
But it's acid damage, so you should get. If
Oh.
you're raging, you should take half, right? Do you?
Maybe. Let's see. You have when you make a melee weapon attack. Oh, yes. I have been informed by the person in the next room who knows a lot about the rules that yes, I do have the damage because of my bear totem.
Shout out Mia.
Oh,
Yes, please. She is the best when it comes to this stuff.
oh yeah, Mia. Cool. So yeah, half damage. Does with the bear totem, is there again? I know you look more like a bear. Is there any like other things around you? Like, is there like an incorporeal like bear, or is it just the physical effects that happen on your body?
Just the physical.
Cool. So it rolled 10 piercing plus 3 acid, which I believe is reduced to half because you're raging. So instead of 13, round down is 6. Yeah.
Cool. And then, so that means that ends my rage, right? When I take damage?
No, I think it's actually if you don't take damage for a turn. If you don't get hit within a
Like
turn,
if you don't attack
hit somebody.
or
Yeah, basically there has to be violence ongoing for you to keep your rage. You might be thinking of spells. If you get hit while you're concentrating on a spell, it might end, but I'm pretty sure for a rage.
Yes. Yes.
you want to be hit.
It's
Yes,
meant for
thank you.
violence, yeah. Perfect. Is that your turn? Wait, that was the door's turn.
I was like, it wasn't my
That
turn.
was the door's
Sorry.
turn, yeah.
I know how to do things. It's fine. The door's turn is over. Dragomir, it is your turn.
So I take a second and pull my hammer out, kind of spin it around in my hands a little bit, and say, "Well, y'all, I've never fought a door before. This is going to be a new one." And I ready my hammer in two hands, run at the door, pick a nice flat spot that's just kind of up above the mouth where everything is, because it's a hammer and I want to hit something like nice and flat,
Mhm.
and just swing with whatever I have in me.
Amazing.
So this is the two-handed. So I just click on the hammer, right?
Yeah, where it says two-handed hammer, you click right there. Oh, that's a nat 20!
What?
Crit!
Hell yeah!
Oh my god.
So this is like your perfect swing. This is like you muster everything up in front of you, and this is literally as good as it could have gone. What does your hammer look like?
It's actually extremely boring. It's a very basic battle hammer. It's got no real ornateness to it. It's form over function.
Mhm.
Big and meaty on the end with two sides that I can hit with that are nice and flat. Not really a whole lot in terms of inscription. It's just sort of weathered and worn.
Mhm.
You can tell it's seen a lot of use, but it's trustworthy. We're not looking for something pretty. We're looking for something to hit with.
Hell yeah, and it is trustworthy because you just crit. So roll that damage. You do that by clicking Warhammer right in chat there.
Like, oh, the Warhammer in chat. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Meep is cheering on Dragomir very loudly from the sidelines.
Hell yeah. So you do some bludgeoning damage. Hell yeah. So yeah, when you do this, you go back and you hit it. And I think it's like I watch a lot of anime, so this is where I get my references. It like hits the door and there's almost like a little cloud that goes out first, and then a moment later there's a crack sound as like the stone starts to crumble and crack. This door looks a hell of a lot worse than it did 6 seconds ago. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Amazing. Incredible. Cool. So yeah, it's Meep's turn now. Within the course of a few seconds, Meep, this door has gone from talking to you to looking very angry to looking pretty damaged. It's had some improv dental work, as well as it's now covered in cracks. What would you like to do?
Okay, this is just a question based
Mhm.
on some of my abilities, things I can do. Just say I become a giant goat.
Mhm.
What can that goat do? Like, can I just do whatever as that giant goat?
As a giant goat, when I put the giant goat in here earlier, I was like, that's gonna be the one!
Was that a toad, the giant toad, or the giant goat?
So you can ram the door.
That's what
you
I
could
wanna
turn
do.
into a goat and you could ram the door with your horn.
That's what I want to do. I want to be a goat,
Amazing.
giant goat.
Amazing.
Oh my god, yes.
So what does your transformation look like? Is it like a puff of magic? Is it like the werewolf movie thing where you like slowly like crunch into a goat? Like what?
No, it's like
it-
Cinderella style. Like I spin in circles
Hell
and there's
yeah.
like sparkles all over the place. They just become a giant goat.
I'm imagining the Sailor Moon transformation, but in the
Yeah,
action,
yeah.
goat.
Bippity boppity goat.
Oh,
It's a
me.
magical girl moment. It is.
I love it here. Yeah, so you turn into a giant goat. So if you open up the folder that says Druid options under CR12 where it says giant goat, open that up.
CR12. Giant goat. Giant octopus. No, giant goat. CR. Ooh. Okay.
So when you open it up, are you on the character sheet tab or the bio and info tab at
Bio
the
and
top
info.
left? So click over to character sheet.
Okay.
And so now with that, you can see it says charge if the goat moves at least 20 feet straight towards the target and then hits it with a ram attack on the same turn. The target takes an extra bit of damage.
Okay.
So if you want, you have enough movement because as a goat you have 40 feet of movement. You can
Sweet.
back up and then you can charge and then you'll roll the ram damage, but then we'll add on an extra 2d4.
Can the goat talk?
No.
Oh.
No. You can
Okay.
Or
I
bleed.
back up. I back up. I look straight at the three. No, well, I look at everybody and I go, ah! And then I just charge. Head first, right from the mouth, right over the lips, over the teeth.
So yeah, you all hear like the clattering of hooves as well. So you have a moment to like duck out of the way. As you see a giant goat. This is a large beast, like just for like size. This is not a regular size goat. With its head down, barreling towards the door. So under the actions tab where it says ram on your goat tab, just hit
Mhm.
that button.
Ram on my goat tab. Actions. Oh, I see. Hit the ram.
Yeah.
Okay, I did it.
So a 10 does not hit, technically.
Even though I'm a giant goat. Okay.
yeah.
Alright.
So like
Plastic meep.
what this is like thematically, so like mechanically you don't do any damage. Thematically, when like as you charge and everything moves out of the way, it closes its mouth and you ram into it, and it's just like you rammed into a door and there's no effect, unfortunately.
I tried.
So I
y'all.
believe it was your bonus action to turn into a goat, and then you used your movement to back up and ram, and then you used your attack action. So I believe that's everything,
Yep.
unless, well, you can't even, I was going to say, unless you want to say
I
anything,
can't
but
talk. I'm a goat. Giant goat.
This
giant
moment
goat.
brought to you by Dodge Ram built.
I would just like to just take a moment to step out of the combat, step out of the game, just like a little meta moment. Two new players, one of them crit and like absolutely blew up the door. The other one turned into a goat and did a ram attack. I think both of these are perfect. I think both of them are very on brand, and I'm very proud of both of you.
Yes.
So
Look at us
Go
go,
to you.
Pixel.
hell yeah, hell
Especially as
yeah.
a Cinderella goat.
Cinderella goat. Yeah, don't forget that part.
Incredible. So we're back up to Fell's turn at the top of the initiative round.
Beautiful. I'm going to. So the reckless attack is just something I can do at the top of my turn every time, right?
You can do it. I believe there's no limit because the downside is that enemies have
Yeah.
advantage on you.
Because the only thing it says when you make your first attack on your turn, because it sounds like it's assuming you can make multiple attacks when you level
Yeah.
up. Okay, yeah. I'll do another reckless attack. Okay, let me get my dice.
Hell yeah.
Let's get these llamas. And so this is another. Fuck me. Same thing with the glaive. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just same attack.
Okay, sounds good.
15.
15 hits?
Whoop. Okay. And then new dice.
How do I
I
ungoat? Sorry if that's interrupting.
I can't remember if it's a bonus action or a free action.
Okay.
I'll check before your next turn.
Thank you. I mean,
It's 1d10 plus 1. That'll be 10, 11, 12, 13.
13.
Yes.
Perfect. Are you doing more dental surgery?
Yes.
Hell yeah. This door looks bad. This door is crumbling. We have a pixelated view of its mouth, which is just a mess. It's blurred out for vision, for viewer comfort. So there's pixelated gore all over the place. Yeah, you fucked
Door
up the
gore.
door. It's
Sorry.
standing on its
Gore.
last hinges. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Illyria, it's your turn.
All right, I got my makeup brush. I'm
Hell yeah.
gonna attempt to
Do
first
it.
whack it with this makeup brush.
Hell
You don't
yeah.
look very pretty anymore.
Oh,
Let's do you up.
door.
Yeah.
Shade as well. I love it.
19.
Ooh.
Okay.
How does your makeup brush murder this door?
Was that a how do you want to do this?
Yeah, it was.
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
It's It's just going to whack it right where some of the cracks are and be like, you need a little blush here. And it'll hit it right at the crack. And just
Incredible.
split it.
Yeah, so I imagine there's like the like effect, and like we just see the
Mhm.
door like disintegrate, and your path opens up in front of you. Unhindered? Words are hard, but that's okay. The path is open, and that's what matters. Y'all did it.
I look
And
at,
yeah,
I'm just gonna say I look at Fel and I say, I really like Fire Lady.
are you still a
Are you
goat?
still
Do
a
you just
goat?
go
You just go bat, bat, bat.
Yeah, I guess I just go, ah.
It's all bad.
Wait. Actually, hold on. I might be able to speak to animals. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh.
please.
Can't I? I can't speak. Oh, yeah. Wait.
Oh.
You have the ability to communicate in limited manner with beasts and plants. They can understand the
Oh.
meaning of your words, though you have no special ability to understand them. Oh, I can't understand them in return. I can talk to them though.
Well, I gesture with my hoof towards Illyria, and I go,
Oh my
I
God.
nod, I goat nod. Yeah, that's as good.
I'll
as
get
I
I'll-
I'll get
All
closer.
thumbs up.
I will
Right
admit
on.
that she is actually kind of cool. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. I don't know. You're a goat.
You're intuiting. You're intuiting from my baz. You're fine,
How long does she stay like this?
right?
as long as she wants.
Oh no.
I'll ask Fel.
Oh,
Did she
I
do this
don't-
often?
Well, the goat is kind of new. She
Oh.
kind of just found out like, oh, I could do a goat. Like,
Oh,
so
okay.
it's a newer one, but she kind of just. I mean, you've seen her. We could be walking for a minute, she'll, or we could be walking for 2 hours, and then she'll go. Puh. So, I mean, technically, this is probably better. So she can't. If she falls, goats are naturally known to climb mountains
Grippy
very well.
hooves.
True. You should stay a goat for a little while.
Because you never know.
I will walk
Oh.
up to my makeup brush because I can maintain it for 10 minutes, and I will grab it, even though there's nothing to actually grab.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna just like twirl it around while we walk in.
It's like Sailor Moon's tiara. Like it's
Yeah.
magical, but also like you can like walk
Yeah.
around with it. Yeah, it's
Ah.
important.
But it's like huge.
Yeah, it's like you're like walking like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, you solved my door puzzle. One way or another.
Yeah, is it
Puzzle.
solving your puzzle if we
Oh.
broke it?
There were other ways to do it. You just chose violence.
Uh-oh.
That's
We.
Yeah.
We need to
We-
feed
there are some
we-
quote unquotes on the way. But unfortunately there are goats and they can't comment. So
I want to know. We didn't have to fight the door. We could have just made an offering to the soft mouth and been okay. Like okay, I guess we'll never
Maybe.
know.
who's to say? The door is no longer with us.
Good. That door.
Yeah.
Part of me just wants me to ask the crumbs how it's doing now.
Are you okay?
After thunder shocking, she was like, "How are you doing, Dora?"
Been a good week for you.
It's in pieces. I'm just like, clearly. Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, in front of you is it was gonna be a thematically lit dark tunnel. It was gonna be a thematically lit dark tunnel, but somebody has a glowing flower crown. So actually it's quite ambient, like pretty nice. It's very, very cozy. So you make your way into the tunnel. What is your marching order?
Should I be first? I don't. Does it seem like it's causing
wanna
enough
be.
light?
It
I
should be
mean-
20 foot of bright light and then 20 more feet of dim light.
So does it make more sense for me to be in the front or behind?
We literally all have dark vision but you, so
Oh,
it's
that's
up to
right.
you.
I'll just go yourself.
Just do whatever you
In
want.
the front.
The rest of us,
Whatever
we
you
don't
want.
need this light.
Whatever you want.
Then Fel will be leading the way. Probably
Amazing.
actually like his book would be out and he's like looking, because I don't know if I would be in caves very much because again, fucking tall and just like,
You gotta look at the lichen and the mushrooms
yes,
and the other stuff that's in caves.
stalactites and
Stalagmites?
and things.
Yeah, those aren't plants though.
True.
But wait,
True.
wouldn't Dragomir know more about caves?
Absolutely, he would.
Teach us
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
caves, Dragomir.
Tell us. Or I don't know.
So I guess I'd want to look at the rock and see if I recognize what kind of rock it is
Mhm.
as we're walking down through the cave.
Amazing. I'm gonna have you do an investigation check with advantage.
This button. This one. Did it. Ooh.
Oh, so you got a 17. So, what you discover after spending a little bit of time examining the rocks and the cave, there clearly used to be hidden trap mechanisms in here, and like puzzles and like things like that, like very typical Skyrim dungeon. But they have all either been like set off already, or have been disarmed. Like all of them have been put out. The rock itself is very typical of a sky island. Like it seems, it's pretty clear to you that like this cave was here, and then people came in and found it and like carved into it, sculpted it. I don't know what the words are for rocks. To suit their purposes. They took something that was already here and they made it work for them. So there's nothing like actually like too special about the rocks. You feel very confident that this rock is supposed to be here. But the traps that were supposed to be here are already triggered or disarmed.
Okay, so I'll let the whole party know that this is actually almost definitely a natural cave. It was already here, but it looks like could be a treasure room in here or something. There's a lot of traps and stuff people put in. They've been set off, so we aren't the first people to be here. But the cave itself is definitely natural.
Which is weirdly comforting considering everything
Yeah.
that's gone on today.
Least weird thing that's happened.
Oh, it's been
today.
a really long day, huh?
Just a little bit has happened. Just a little bit.
Being attacked
Can
by
I-
the doors is the weirdest part of your day. I don't know what's going
No.
on.
Can I check if there seems to be like that someone's been in here recently?
Absolutely, you can.
Would that just what would we want to call that?
If you're tracking, that's survival.
Okay.
yeah.
12.
12. Okay. I'm gonna give you more information about that roll in a second. So as you're going down this cave, you come to a divide. There are two paths. There's a path on your left and there's a path on your right. You have found Concho. Like the tracks are faint, but you feel as if who you're following has gone to the right. The pull you're feeling is just forward, so that's not super helpful.
So the person that we're following, their tracks lead to the left. I don't know if that's good for us, if we should try to avoid that person, but from it looks like they have passed through here not very long ago.
How do you think they got past the giant mouth door?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe by talking to it?
What if you
Yeah, I mean the mouth door's still here, so they clearly didn't destroy it. Well, it's not here anymore.
What if
But it
eats
was.
you? What if it eats you? What do you like? I don't know. Maybe that's how you get in. Maybe we didn't even have to kill a door. Am I still a goat? I
I
can't.
think
I
if
don't
it
know.
eats you, you're dead. I think you can drop it at
Still
any
go.
point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So up to you.
Good to know. I'm not a goat anymore. I did a
Okay.
big droppity on goat. Yeah.
Was it like a reverse Cinderella?
Yeah, exactly.
Rewind.
So yeah, so path leads left. There are footsteps from who I'm assuming is the person we're following because I don't know who else would come through here. Right leads to God only knows. I'm assuming we want to keep following the person, but
Are the person's footsteps in the direction we are inherently feeling like we're being pulled?
So the footsteps are off to the right hand cave. The pulling feeling is just forward, so it's not helpful.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we should follow someone who's here, because why else would they be coming through here?
And they knew how to get past the door.
That's very true.
So maybe they might be going where we need to go. Maybe they blew up the ship.
Maybe they're the intruders that we're supposed to be getting this shard back from.
I'm pretty down to go looking for them.
I haven't murdered someone in a while, so I'm down.
I was distracted in the corner talking to Garrett, but also just pretty happy to be here and follow everybody else. So, Meep's ready.
Incredible. Perfection. Okay, so you all choose to follow the footprints down the right-hand part of the cave. As you go along, Dragomir is still, like, you can still see that, like, the traps have been disarmed. But then, like, pretty quickly after going down that path, there has been a cave-in. And combined with both Dragomir and Phil's checks, you could tell that this was recent, like the dust is still settling. And it's very, like, neat as far as cave-ins go. This is something probably Dragomir would recognize more often when mining, like if they were done with, if there was something dangerous past a certain hole and they wanted to do an explosion to, like, end that trail and make sure nothing could come back. It's like a very, like, neat explosion that just keeps people from passing through.
So basically, they like caved it in on us, so we couldn't get through.
Yeah, it feels very intentional. Which, as you would know, that's like a hard thing to do.
So it looks like they don't want to be followed. I've seen a lot of mines back in the day, and this was done on purpose. A natural cave-in doesn't look anything like this, and I'm going to point to a bunch of different signs because Pixel doesn't know them, but Dragomir does. To show the party like examples of how if it was natural versus like an intensive explosion, to show that I know what I'm talking about.
I'm assuming we can't just move the boulders and continue on?
I mean, we could try, but there's no way of knowing how deep the explosion is. There could be 10 feet of rock or 100 feet of rock. It really depends on how much they set off. There's no way for us to know. We could start, we could be here all day. We could go back and check the other path if we want.
Can I at least try to move, maybe, like, to get an idea, like, move a boulder and see, like, just to get an idea?
Yeah, like you move a boulder or two and there's no, like, ray of light or breeze or anything that comes through after moving a couple.
Well, it seems like this path is not an option unless someone has some magic or whatever to get us through.
Nope.
Like it doesn't look like it.
I can smack it with this makeup brush for another like 5 minutes. That's about it.
I mean, it can't cave in more. Well, I guess it could.
Yeah, it certainly
Yeah, it could kind of crush us.
It certainly could.
I've already said I don't know much about caves. You asked me about plants and trees. That I can answer. But rocks, I don't know much about rocks. So
I think we should test the other way, maybe take our time. It looks like this is going to take a very long time to dig through. We can at least check, maybe spend an hour going down that way, see what happens, and if not, we can come back and start digging. At the very least, if we're supposed to stop some intruders, if whoever's in front of us isn't the intruder, this wall will do the job for us.
That's true. Well, back to where we started, and then go down the other path.
Back we go.
Yeah, so it doesn't take super long to, like, backtrack your steps and then go the other way. Dragomir, are you still checking the walls?
Yeah, so I want to be keeping an eye on it, because my assumption when I was talking to the party earlier is that something is being kept here. So I'm wondering if the further we get down, something turns into like a man-made or dwarf-made, something clearly carved that's not just the natural outcropping of a cave as we go along.
Yeah, so I think Dragomir gets to have like a little bit of a Indiana Jones moment because you see like a trap, and so you can like lean back and like push it, and the trap gets like set off in front of you, so you don't actually hurt. There's like a couple of those along the way, as you like lead your way and like see the traps and like figure your way through them. But then you do have as you get further down this pathway, the stone does change. The stone changes to a stone you have never seen before. Like, I'm not gonna make you roll for it, straight up. You have never seen the stone before. It's like more of like a bluish greenish. It's kind of like, I don't know, like slate or granite. I don't know very much about rocks, but it's different. It's a very subtle change that, like, especially in like the dim lighting of a cave, even with dark vision and a flower crown, is still like most people wouldn't notice it unless they were looking for it. So that is something with your roll before too that you see, is that like it does change, and then as you go along, everybody starts to see as it goes from being like a cave to being like carved and built into a hallway, and then above you, ahead of you, you see a door. Fel would recognize like the inscriptions you saw at the very start of the cave, the ones that look very like foreign to you. There's more inscriptions here that look very similar, like same font or whatever. But yeah, you've never seen them before. Dragomir's never seen these rocks before. Everything about it is unfamiliar. And then there's a door, and this one has a knob, so that's kind of nice.
So someone else touched the door. I'm not doing it.
And as we're walking along, I look over to Meep and say, "Can we not attack this one, please?"
Has it spoken yet, Dragomir? It hasn't spoken yet, so there's no reason, no promises.
Okay, so I'm gonna head up to the door and reach for the handle to open it.
Okay, the door opens.
Easier than I expected.
We all just like
We're gonna have to find another door.
You sigh, he sighs, the door sighs, everybody's relieved.
Yeah.
So
I want to take a look and make my way through the door to see what's out there.
okay, so inside this room is a very square room, and with like a little bit of noticing, you'd notice that this room is a perfect cube. All of like the quote unquote furniture, which is kind of just like some like shelving, doesn't feel like the right word. This isn't IKEA. There's like a workbench along the side. There's nothing on it, but it's also like very like cube. There's no like chairs or anything, but in the center of the room there is a large tank. It is filled with a bluish green liquid that is glowing and casting the a bluish green light around the room. Inside the giant tank, and probably the first thing you notice when you walk into the room, is a big old brain. Like, we're talking the size of like a small car.
I should have stayed a goat. I knew it. Giant goat.
It's just chilling. It's very quiet in this room.
It's like a glass
other
room?
things you'll notice.
Like
Pardon?
it's in like a container. It's literally just sitting
It's in
there.
like a tank, like a massive. Well, it's not like a fish tank. There's maybe there would be a. Yeah, there probably is a filter actually.
Okay.
And yeah, there's just a big old brain. You will notice after like maybe a moment of being like, is that big old brain? On the other side of the room, there's another door as well. Same wall, the door you came in. There's another door to your right.
Who's going to the door? Not it.
There's a random door and a brain in a jar.
Yep. Meep literally says, "Not it." Fully. Nope.
Can we? I mean, I don't know. Would it be smart of us to just ignore this brain, or do we
Do you
poke
think it can hear us?
Brain, can you
See
hear
any
us?
ears.
Is there a response?
No.
No response?
No response.
I take a step closer. Brain? Anything?
I don't
Is-
think it can hear us.
Is
it
there
have
a
a
rock
lid?
next to me I can throw at it?
Is there a what?
A rock? Like just a small little rock next to me that I can throw at the tank?
There isn't in here. This room is very clean. There's like no like pebbles on the ground. It's like this room is like made to look like this. If you go back out the door and go back a little bit, there's a bunch of rocks.
Is there a lid?
No, it's just like it goes like up, and again, it's quite large. And it's just kind of like open on the top.
How
Hey.
far back was the cave in?
Probably if you walk back like 10-ish minutes.
Hey, Fel,
Yes, me.
can you reach the top of the tank?
Are you
Am I
asking
that
to go
tall?
into it?
I could use a boost.
Oh
you
God!
are not going into the tank,
We
me.
should-
What if
let's
the
not-
brain eats you? What if it grows teeth like that door?
Illyria,
Hmm?
did you see me? I was a giant goat.
Can goats swim? And
Trying to
swing?
hide
No.
being a goat.
Is it
Meep,
realistic?
remember when I was
Yeah.
talking about tying you to me? You are proving my point very well. If you do
You'll be able
this.
to pull her out real fast.
I'm trying to help the
Oh
group.
no. No. I will not tie her and then throw her into the tank. I will let her sink to the bottom of it.
Maybe the brain is actually a nice brain.
You even swim?
Is the pole drawing us to the brain or to the door?
Oh yeah. Where's the pole?
Turn into like a frog or like a squid.
Oh, it can be a toad.
No,
Yeah.
don't fall for the GM's trick. No. You could do this.
God.
I'm just giving her options.
Maximum chaos.
Is there any sound or anything coming from the brain? Like anything giving off any like it's alive at all? Or it's just
Would
static?
you like to listen very closely
would-
to the brain?
I put my ear to the glass or right
Okay.
up to the tank.
Oh dear God.
Let me check something.
I wish we still had them. We had to tie the rope to her.
Let me just check something.
I'm listening for
Um,
anything besides gurgling. I shush everybody. I look at Fel and I go, just wait. Should have put me
Yeah,
in.
I've walked from across the room. You're doing great, Meep. You're doing wonderful.
I do what I can.
Will you make an insight check, Meep?
I
If you're
will.
listening very, very closely to see if this brain has anything to say to you.
Mhm.
God, what a horrible sentence.
Insight check. I know how to do that. I've done it already once. 1 second. That's initiative. There, insight. Did that not work?
Wow.
Did.
Oh,
That
oh,
was pretty good.
Damn.
Okay,
17?
so you succeed the check.
okay.
You don't hear anything.
Put me in. Fel, I want a boost. Let's go.
Can we just kill the brain? This is not natural. For someone who I'm very into nature and very much into like all that, this is not natural, and I feel like we need to murder this brain.
Okay, Fel, what if you took your hand, your big furry hand, and just dipped your finger into the liquid to see if it's
In the brain juice.
in the juice. It doesn't look that bad. It looks kind of colorful. Just to see, because if it's okay, maybe I can just jump in.
Well, I don't know what knowledge you'll gain from jumping in. If you really want to, go for it.
I kind of want to jump in the tank, y'all.
What if it's just like a brain from one of those giants that was throwing boulders and it's just here? It's not like alive.
Is there anything connected to this thing? Like,
Yeah,
is it just
what-
a jar in the middle, or the pipes coming out of it, or is it just like?
There is like one pipe, like the fish filter, that's like at the bottom. That's like there's like a little bit of like bubble there. I don't actually know how fish tanks work. But yeah, there is like one filter at the bottom. There's a very.
Dear God, Meep, you can do this, but I'm tying you to me, so if we have to pull you out quickly.
All right, bet. That sounds good. I kind of what fell? What?
Give me Zeril.
Over my dead goat
And
body.
you're not
Well, I
going
can
in the
kill
tank.
Garrett.
Call him Garrett. This is his choice.
His name is Zeril.
I
And
know,
you're
I'm
not taking him into
trying.
the brain juice.
Listen, Garrett, I'm trying. He's not really budging on the whole Zeril thing. Okay.
Your choice. You want to swim with the giant meat? You give me Zeril.
Did you say there was furniture here, by the way?
There's like what work like
something I
work
could sit on.
benches. You could sit on the. I feel like you would sit on a bench. Like it's like
Yeah.
a work desk, but you can sit on it. Yeah.
So-
you getting
so-
comfy.
While this whole thing is going on, Dragomir is just sitting on the bench with his notebook, writing a little bit of a story about the time he saw an 8-foot-tall furbolg go brain fishing with an elf. for bait.
You don't know yet if it's gonna be a comedy or a tragedy or maybe a little bit.
We haven't decided, but
No.
I'm a collector of stories with some embellishment,
Mm.
and we're fishing for brains with elf for bait.
You know, I had prepared for one thing,
Mhm.
because of something that's happened before. I did not prepare for that. That's okay. That's I never would have guessed this in my wildest dreams. This is incredible. So, just for clarification, are you wild shaping into like a fish or something? Or are you going in as meat?
I want to go in as Meep and Garrett
Okay.
against the world.
Are you gonna touch the brain?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me process a
I'm
couple of things.
breaking
In.
the TM.
It's fine.
I just want to
My
get a little.
understanding, that's like 90% of how D&D works. The party always does things that just not in the plan.
I'm trying to think. Okay, Meep will not let go of Garrett. Garrett is very, very adamant in her ear that this is not. He does not want to go with the 8-foot furbolg. That's not going to happen. Mostly because he refuses to acknowledge Garrett by his real name. But Meep is a little bit concerned about Garrett because, big brain juice tank. And so Meep looks at Illyria and says, if I give you Garrett, do you promise not to give it to him?
I will mediate the flower.
I
This is my task.
thank you.
I
I
will hold
trust
it.
her. I very ceremoniously, gently pluck Garrett off of my head, and I place him gently in Illyria's hands. Let me in, Fel.
You have no idea how much energy it's taken me not to tie this around your neck, but all right, let's do this. All right, tie it around the waist in case I got to pull her out fast.
And I try to just kind of scale it, but I like squeak down the side. Just like with my hands, like yeah, Fel, help.
Yep.
And then I just full like right in, and like the brain kind of wobbles back and forth, and I go and touch the brain. She touches the brain.
Okay. You're swimming in the brain juice. You reach out a hand. You touch the brain.
Mhm.
You immediately feel a couple of things.
Oh,
You feel as if you are being watched.
oh,
You feel as if somebody is watching you very closely. You feel as if there are whispers in your brain in a language you don't understand.
okay.
You just hear like again like faint, vague whispering voices that like kind of have that like they feel like they're coming and going. Of even though you can't understand the language, there are many different creatures whispering inside your brain. Okay. I'm gonna step out of character for a second because I need to give a content warning.
Mhm.
I was gonna earlier today when I was building it, I was like, maybe I should put tentacles in as a content warning because it'd be funny, and then I didn't. This is a quick warning. If you have bad feelings about tentacles, come back in a couple of minutes.
You
So as you reach out and touch the brain, a black tentacle emerges from between like the folds of the brain and just like slithers around your wrist and starts to grab. What would you like to do? I'll give you like a moment to decide what you're doing.
Hold on, I just need to clarify. A tentacle comes out of the folds and grabs my wrist.
Yeah, like a
Squid
yeah.
tentacle.
Big old tentacle.
I lock eyes with Fel first of all, and I go ooh, through the glass, and then I hold up. How many times am I allowed to change into an animal?
Twice per long rest, I believe.
I have not had. Wait, okay, gotcha. Let me look. Is this an animal?
The brain? No,
Yeah, okay.
It's not. You can't turn it into a brain.
Is it a person?
No. That's a philosophical question.
Oh, you're technically not wrong.
Because I could use charm person. Nope.
You can try.
Try. Okay, let me see if there's anything else I can
Certainly
do.
try.
Let me look. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try charm person and see what happens. I just click it.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Submit.
Okay, let me grab a thing so I can roll something. What a wild turn of events. Okay.
She had to know. Meep had to know.
I mean, the first time I played D&D, I touched an orb that I absolutely should not have touched and died. So, you know, these things happen.
Oh my god, it's Meep.
It's fine. You jumped in the brain tank. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna make a wisdom saving throw. So your spell casting DC, which sets like the mark that I need to beat, is on your spell page.
Okay.
At the top. Let's take a look.
He's
Okay, so I have to
13.
beat a 13.
Okay.
I got an 18.
Um,
And now I'm gonna attack you. So 24 hits.
Fuck. I had to know.
24?
You take 25 bludgeoning damage.
Dear God, and there's nothing I
Are
can do.
you even
to,
conscious?
I will say now that Fel can pull the rope. Welcome
Oh right,
pull
the
now.
rope, the rope.
I
Are you
could pull it,
conscious?
couldn't I?
I'll hear
could.
the gurgling. Me fell.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'll yank her out or pull the rope.
Too.
And also, like, I'm making eye contact with Dragomir and Illyria. Just anyone help me from the tentacles. Oh my god, the tentacles in chat. I can't. I can't.
So Meep is conscious. Meep has six current hit points. Meep is awake.
Meep is beefy.
At what cost?
Meep is beefy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Meep gets yanked out of the tank. So you got whacked with a tentacle, and then pulled out of the tank.
Man.
You still have the whispery brain feeling and the feeling like you're being followed, and that's gonna last about 4 hours.
Oh shit. Have I had a? Did they feel that as well, or it's just me?
It's just you.
I inform everybody about this. Can I do that?
Yep.
I am.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Good.
we killed the brain,
Yeah.
right?
I just panic,
Is-
gasping for air. It sees us. It sees
there
us and it
any-
whispers.
Is there any sign of, like, now that Meep is out of the brain juice, that the brain is doing anything?
Yeah, more
Yeah.
tentacles.
So you look over to the brain. It is standing still. The tentacle has
Single.
retracted.
Ugh.
It's just chilling.
I don't think it wanted
I
to be touched.
think
Well,
we
it's not
should
going to
look
be want to be
behind.
murdered
We should look behind
either, but I think
door
this is the only
number
option we
2.
have. Or are we just leaving this here?
Well,
Do you wanna
Meep,
touch
do you
it?
need do you need a short rest, friend, or you want me to? You need some healing?
Boil the brain. It's in
Oh!
water.
Good way to
Boil the brain.
Good
Oh,
soup.
Illyria, that sounds like a wonderful option, honestly. Can you do some fire magic and just make...
I mean, it's in a liquid.
It is.
Boiled brain?
Mm.
What? We don't want anyone else to come across this either, so it sounds like a wonderful plan.
Time for chowder. Let's go.
I mean, this brain beat Meep to like an inch from unconsciousness. I think it would take a few fire spells. And I
So-
think if we just leave it alone.
I'm pretty down to go through the next door, and maybe let's not mess with the murder tentacle brain.
Don't recommend. Like wringing
I'm
my
gonna
hair
go-
out. Like,
Yeah,
We
I'm
can
gonna-
detect magic in here if you want. I can get some magic vision and see maybe what school of magic it might be.
Maybe it's best just to avoid it.
But I probably with tentacles, I would say like necromancy, possibly still.
mm,
Meep, are you all right?
no. No.
Maybe we
I'm gonna
should
go.
just
I'm gonna
make-
go over. I'm assuming I'm wearing just like some kind of like tattered, like kind of cloak thing. I don't know. And I'm gonna take it off and I'm gonna wrap Meep in it so that way she can at least like kind of dry off.
Can you call him Garrett? I look up with the biggest
Garrett's
puppy
fine,
dog eyes in the world. Sopping wet in brain juice. Tentacled, freshly tentacled.
Would that ease your ailments if Fell calls Garrett by
Mhm.
his name Garrett?
hmm
You see Fell take out one of his books, cross it, Terrence to a page, crosses out Zerol, the name, and write in Garrett.
Oh my god! Did you hear it, Garrett? Illyria? Dragomir?
Here you go.
Garrett, I think
I don't
it's
think
time.
Garrett liked watching you in that tank though.
Mhm.
So
I mean, it's better
This
than being
moment
with
is
me.
almost wholesome. Like, if there wasn't a large brain and like weird green lighting in this damp room, it would be pretty wholesome.
In the light of the glowing, I'm making this up, glowing bluey green liquidy brain tentacle boy, I look at Garrett and I, in the same fashion as I did with Illyria, look way up and go. Here you go, Fell.
You can hold on to Garrett more if you would like to.
Garrett, did you hear that? I plop Garrett back on my little crown of pine cones, and just all of a sudden my demeanor has perked up quite a bit, and little Meep is back.
Unfortunately, you're still covered in brain juice and you smell like brain juice. I don't have a reference in the real world for what that smells like, but I don't imagine it's very nice.
yeah, and I can't I don't have prestidigitation, so I can't like clean that smell off.
I trust Illyria a lot more now because she watched Garrett and didn't give Garrett to Fell. So me trust. Yep, this is good.
To the next room.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if Meep is fine, let's head on along.
Meep wants to move on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Would you like to take a short rest and get some hit points back?
Yeah, I was wondering how bad it was.
Yeah.
Or can I is it a thing that I can heal, or
You could
You
take
can
an
spell
hour.
if you want, but if you want to just take an hour, then
I'm gonna take
you don't have
an
to use
hour.
spell slot.
I'm gonna have a little nip nap.
Does anyone know off the top of their head if druids, is it long rests or short rests for getting wild shape back?
I had that tab open a second ago.
Yeah, I can open it up here.
Can we call him Gary for short?
Short or long rest.
Oh,
Short or long? Okay, cool. Yeah, so you get 1 use of your wild shape back. Nice. So now you have 2 more again.
sweet.
So yeah, you can roll hit dice. Anybody who has taken any damage who would like to roll for some HP. I don't think anybody else has taken damage.
Concho
Um,
has
Oh,
massive
I have.
damage.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you can roll some hit dice. So in the center of your page, underneath where it says like 6 current hit points, underneath that it says temporary hit points. Underneath that, there's 2 boxes. The one on the left says hit dice. If you hit the words hit dice on the page, Candace, that's how you could roll yours.
Hit dice.
And you can roll up to 4.
Sorry, which page was that? I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out
Oh
for a
yeah,
sec.
sorry. That's all good. On the core page,
Mhm.
on the main page, so in the center, that grayed out box that's in the center there, near the bottom of that grayed out area, under is your HP. There's 2 boxes. The one on the left says hit dice.
I see it. Okay.
Where it says 4. You can roll up to 4. So you have 6 HP right now, and your max is 31. So if you want, you can like roll 1, see where you're at, roll another. Nice.
Okay.
So you're at 16 now.
Maybe
You have 3 left.
I'll go another. Okay.
Cool. So you're at 21. Out of 31, you have 2 more.
And do these
Yeah.
replenish, or this is for like for the whole?
These replenish on long rest.
Okay, gotcha. Let's
yeah.
go again. Oh my god.
Okay, so you're at 26, and you have 1 left.
I'm using the last one.
Okay.
What? Oh, 9. Okay, this is better.
Nice. So yeah, now you're back up to your max at
Sweet.
31. It doesn't carry over any, but you're fully healed now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Amazing.
I used 2 and I'm back up to full.
Okay, sounds good. And then yeah, I think the other 2 are good. I meant to say after the break, everybody can also take a point in inspiration. I forgot to say that earlier. So inspiration is on the left sheet at the click it and a little dragon will appear. So inspiration, you can use that at any point on a roll. Before you roll, say I'd like to use my inspiration. That gives you advantage on that roll.
Cool.
Perfect. Does everybody got that?
Mm-hmm.
Could you mind saying that one more time for me, please? I heard.
Yeah, I'm gonna toggle it on
inspiration-
your page, Candace. Do you
Okay.
see a thingy appearing and going away?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Top left-hand corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there it is. So because that's charged now, you have inspiration. So when you do a roll, before you do the roll, you can say I'd like advantage, and then you get advantage on that roll.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I will like to say just really quick for a point of character look. Now that the cloak is gone, it's just like giant built furbolg wearing almost like gun holster, but for books. So just like topless furbolg built with like tattered pants.
You're giving
and-
Chad a lot of content to work with here.
They want to call me Daddy Fell. He's gonna look like Daddy Fell.
I just look over at this after thinking earlier that I'd fought 3 of him, thinking, I don't think they were quite like that when I fought them.
They were
saying none
both
of this
for
out loud. Saying none of this out loud, just thinking probably
Respectfully.
don't want to with this furbolg as much as I was unconcerned earlier.
I love this. Yeah, you all have about an hour in the brain room to basically just do light activities. So if you want, you could read, you could take notes, you could have a nap, you could play a song. How do each of you spend your short rest?
Since I don't really need a rest, I kind of towards the end, I'll probably be ritual casting detect magic. So that way, as we move into the next room, I'll have it available.
Okay, sounds good. The things you would notice in this room is just like a lot of like psychic energy radiating from the brain, and in like a color that you're not really familiar with. Like you know it's psychic, but like don't like that shit. Yeah.
But
So I'm
otherwise, it might
thinking-
be like playing an instrument, playing my lyre. And
Yeah,
just
do you
kinda-
and Dragomir like? Because is Dragomir musical as well, or is he more of like
Collab.
an active performer?
Little of both.
Yeah,
Like he has a lute.
does he take it out?
I'm thinking during our little rest, I'm noticing an incredibly horrid smell of brain juice.
Yeah. Sorry,
And
here.
since the entrance to that cave was only about 10 minutes behind us while we're hanging out, I'm going to go look for a pond
Yeah.
to see if we can maybe wash off the horrible stench of brain juice.
Yeah, that's fair. Once you like duck your head out of the cave, and you go to take like a little look around, you can either make a survival or what would be the other one? Nature. Like either of those, I'm fine with. To take a look around, to find a pond, to find a
Right.
source of water.
I'm a little better at nature, so let's see if I can find a pond.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
I'm the best pond in the world.
incredible.
Greatest pond
Um,
finder.
So, just for everybody's awareness, you do have advantage turned on, but that's okay. Like
yeah,
usually when I play, I leave on 2 rolling, and we just take the one on the left. So the one on the left is your better roll, so that's okay. Just for awareness, and just so people in chat are like, but that's advantage, and it shouldn't be. Just so we all know. Default to the left if we roll twice. So you do roll really really well. So yeah, it takes you no time. Like you feel very confident being like, I know nothing about geology. You're like, there's a cave here, which means there should be a creek here. I don't know if that's how it works, but that's how it's my fantasy world. We do what we want. So you're like, oh, because there's a cave here and there's like a slight hill over there. So you find it right away. It's really easy to access. There's a very like picturesque and quaint little like spring with reeds, and you couldn't have asked for a better pond.
I
So that
forgot
didn't
to add
take me.
my rage damage to everything. Sorry, that's completely random.
Since that didn't take me very long, I'd like to let the party know about the nice bathing pond for the smelly meat that maybe we could investigate.
Smelly
Yeah, so
meat.
maybe instead of taking the short rest in the brain room, everybody moves over to the nice sunlit forest canopy pond with sparkling water. It's slightly more picturesque and a little bit less unsettling. Meep, you do notice as you get further away from the brain, you still have the whispers and the following
no.
feeling. That's going to be there for a while, but it's lessened. It's
Okay.
like, it feels easier to ignore when you're surrounded by the birds and the trees.
Cool.
So this is probably the like one of the few times you see like Fel fully just kind of like relax. Full just gets naked, jumps into the water. No hesitation.
For the viewers at home, there's like a nice like leaf right parts.
Just a-
Strategically putting a book like, oh, let me take these books off while I'm just naked.
There's like one
Or
sunbeam.
just like every time the camera cuts, there happens to be like a tree branch in the way, or if it cuts a different way and there's just like a little pond foam that just happens to have formed, or like a lily pad floats across at just the right moment as the camera's looking, like all those like perfect editing moments, right?
Mhm. I'm just in the corner, like I'm like if Fel is over bathing in this one side, I'm kind of across over on the other side, just brain juicing and like
Yeah.
talking to Garrett, having a nice little conversation while also cleaning up Fel's robe, Fel's cloak. Like I'm like trying to scrub it clean, but the brain juice is kind of gross. But I'm just over there having a conversation with Garrett, being like, it was actually really nice of Fel to like give me this cloak, and I hope I can give it back to what it was like. I dragged it on the ground on the way out to the pond because I'm like half his height. So yeah, that's how I was resting.
That sounds lovely. And then yeah, I imagine all of this is the backdrop against Illyria's music playing. So there's very lovely music. If anybody needs clothing dried afterwards, I'm sure Illyria would also provide fire. And yeah, it's a very nice like restful moment of respite amidst everything.
Did y'all see that door mouth back there? Sorry.
The one you obliterated? Yeah, we saw it.
No, didn't Illyria obliterate it? No.
Well,
Yeah,
Illyria
you
killed
did-
it.
I mean, I technically did finish it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Meep kind of started it.
Meep eat at it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Pikachu at it.
Exactly. Perfect. If that's everything everybody would like to do, then after you take a rest, and everybody gets reclothed, probably. If you don't want to, that's your decision. I can't stop you. You put your book holsters back on and holster
Take
your
dry a little.
instruments, and yeah. I imagine because you have some aspect. I imagine you just shaking a golden retriever. Okay, and then back into you go back into the brain room, and a door awaits. It also has a doorknob.
Hey, Dragomir. Worked well last time. Just say.
Yeah, so I'm feeling really good after our chill time at the pond with the music. Let's open the door. I'm going to reach over for the handle. Try to very much ignore the giant, horrible death brain and see if the door's going to open.
The door opens. It doesn't talk or anything.
2 in a row. The next door is getting the hammer.
I mean, I still have magic
Oh.
vision up for 8 more
Yeah,
minutes.
right. So that was
So-
at the end. So you make your way down the tunnel.
Yeah.
It continues to be in this same carved rock. There's no traps or anything anymore though. And then at the end of this tunnel, it's again another 10-ish minute walk. There's a double door. Things that I didn't realize would have connotation until tonight. There's a double door. There's a French door. A very similar fashion to everything that's here. Where the two doors meet, there's a circle that makes sun and sun that go out. And with the last of your magical vision, Illyria, you sense a similar kind of psychic energy in you. A very similar psychic energy to that in the brain room, but smaller. And you also sense divine magic you have never felt in your life. As you get closer, you just feel this very glowy, warm, laying in the sun on a hot day, and you just can feel it's sunbeams coming towards you, coming from the other side of the door.
Well, there's some yucky psychic energy, but also some warm divine energy. So I think should be okay.
And you said this door looks mostly like the other 2 doors, but 2 of them?
Yeah, it's French doors instead of regular doors. And instead of having the brain room decorations, it has more of the celestial decorations from the start.
Let's open it. I'm gonna go over and grab both handles and try and fling it open.
Amazing. When you open up the door, within is a dramatically lit cathedral. There are large pillars. There is a very high ceiling. And there are ancient stone pews that have basically crumbled away to nothing. And it's a very long and narrow room. As you enter, we get the dramatic lighting because all of the lighting is coming from the end of this room on the far side from where you are. So we get this dramatic lighting, and you all see the silhouette of a figure. And then we see this light shining on you. So we get the shot behind the characters. So we see all of your silhouettes as well, with your shadows extending out behind you into the darkness.
I don't mean to be that guy,
said the
but
thing.
doesn't my crown help?
They said the thing.
Sure, yeah, it ruins the mood a little bit. It looks
Okay.
it's real good, yeah.
Good.
So there's
We'll immediately end the light spell
Aw.
to keep the mood for the vibes.
Ugh.
you can see, you can see because of the light coming off of this object. So this room, for the purposes of, actually, I'll talk about that in a second. So this figure that you see standing is wearing clothes that were described to you earlier today. While you were at the pub and you asked somebody who had what the person who had come through was wearing, they were wearing clothes that match that description of the person you have been chasing. However, the person that you see, it doesn't match. The only description that matches is the clothing. The person themselves is no longer a humanoid. They look like something. They look like something none of you have seen before. They have like a large, like squid-shaped head that's like a bluish grayish color. They have like a tentacle beard. Extending from their sleeves is like these very like long hands, only 4 fingers with no thumbs, with claws on the end. And they're moving. They appear to be a little bit injured, but they were moving towards this item in the middle. But then they turn around and they see you. For
You
the
think I touched
purposes,
the brain.
Meep's like, oh, this could have been so much worse. For the purposes of combat, to get to this creature, it would be 1 turn's worth of movement. To get to the other end of the room where this object is, it would be 4 turns. It's a very, unless you're sprinting. Like if you're just using your regular movement, like this is a big ass room. Again, this is cathedral size, which to be fair, from the outside, this cave didn't look that big. It was big, but like there's some weird shit going on here. You're in a big old cathedral hall. Again, pews are crumbled. There's like nothing like in your way again for the combat. I'm not gonna make you do like rough terrain checks or anything like that. But yeah, that's what you're looking at. The creature turns around and sees you. It says something in a language none of you understand. But Meep, unfortunately, it's a little bit familiar to you because it's the same language as the whispers that you've been hearing.
whispers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't
Okay,
make any sense
whispers.
to you, but you're like, oh, I've heard this before. I hate it. Thanks.
For 4 hours. Yes.
And as it turns towards you, you see, like, at the bottom of its cloak, 2 small creatures appear. Imagine a brain that's like that
Another brain.
big-ish, but it's running on 4 legs.
Nope.
Oh,
It has
God.
Running?
running.
Oh,
Their feet
I
have
hate
like
it. I love it. I
claws,
hate it.
and like underneath, like, you know where the cerebellum, there's like it connects to like your spine and stuff. It's like a tail. It's like a barbed tail that comes out behind it. So there
Brain
are 2 of
dogs.
those
So good.
that as it turns towards you, these 2 creatures like appear from the bottom of his cloak and start running towards you. And we're gonna roll initiative.
Randomly, the language wouldn't be Sylvan, right?
No, it would be
Okay.
deep speech.
Ah.
Just in case anybody was curious.
We're rolling initiative, you said?
Yep.
Yikes.
Oh.
God. I had a 9.
Oh,
Oh, we
you
both
and
have
Pixel
nines.
both. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is that what this thing is?
What?
A newly turned mind flare? Or are you
Um,
just using the stats for that, Del?
As stated at the beginning of the stream, I've reskinned a few things
TPK.
for
Got
tonight.
it. That's right.
TPK.
Thank you.
Oh my
TPK.
God.
I have reskinned a few things. So, for anybody in chat who's like, they're level 4, I've changed a few things. So they might be okay.
no idea if I'm supposed to be scared of that.
Yeah, same.
It's enough to make me want to my heart out.
Oh no.
Ah,
It'll be okay as long as you work together as a team, right? That's how these things go.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's throw Meep at it.
Yeah, I'm sure people have a real nice time. She's met brains before.
Oh,
I don't know if that was a brain. I don't know what that was. Ugh.
All right. So, Concho, you said you got a 9?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. I'm rating this out because I'm prepared and I know what I'm doing. It's good.
It's good time.
And then Meep with the 15. And then I just completely blanked on. I was like, Daddy something. Daddy something.
No, Daddy
Fell.
Daddy,
Fell.
sorry. Daddy, sorry.
Daddy
They're-
story.
They're
Sorry.
just Daddy now.
Just Daddy.
Daddy fell. That's what I'd love to hear.
Oh no. Why are we feeding into that?
So, the initiative is Mind Flayer with 20, Intellect Devourer with 19. That's the Brain Dogs. Illyria has a 17. Meep has a 15. I've missed Pixel's character. You also got a 9. There we go.
Yeah, we're
Pixel and Concho, what are your dex scores, both of you?
12.
17.
Okay, so Pixel goes first. Go. Perfect.
So
So yeah, Mind Flayer, Brain Dug, Illyria, Meep, Dragomir, Fell is our turn order.
okay.
What was that, Candace?
So be afraid of a mind flayer is what I'm hearing. Like
Yeah.
the before the reskinning. That's
Rules
not
as
good.
written, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can decide your feelings on it after a
Okay.
couple of turns. So the Mind Flayer turns to you and steps forward. And I'm gonna need everybody to make a DC 15 intelligence saving throw.
Oh, we're good at those.
Oh, great. +0.
I would like
Just
to
a
use my
reminder,
inspiration.
You have inspiration.
Oh, we do, which is
I'm gonna
you
use it.
How do I do
give
the
yourself advantage, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
where is that
So
again? Sorry everybody.
clicking.
What are you looking for?
The DC
The intelligence saving throw?
Yeah, with inspiration.
So if you want to use inspiration at the top of your character
I
sheet,
do.
toggle on advantage.
Okay.
What?
How the
Um,
fuck did you roll the same thing?
Oh.
It's 1 below the DC.
Oh no!
I will survive.
Wow.
So advantage is underneath where it says circle health, right underneath your name, but above all others.
My
Of
butthole.
advantage. I see.
Mhm.
Okay. Toggled over to the advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, and now to the left of that, where it says inspiration, 2 down from that, where it says saving throw,
Mhm.
hit the button that says intelligence.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh,
You got a 21. No, you got
Oh,
the
okay.
higher number because that's what the advantage did.
good.
We're very screwed without the advantage.
I was gonna
though.
say that's not eight's not good.
So sorry, did everybody meet the save except for Illyria?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna
Yep.
roll
Oh no.
some dice.
Oh no.
Let me just double check because I'd like to get this right.
Meep likes a fire lady. Meep's a fan of Illyria. Okay.
Let's just close the door and go back to the brain room.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust the brain you know.
I trust the brain you know.
I got to know that brain really well.
Holy.
So you 25 psychic damage. Are you up?
I'm up.
You're up. Okay.
Oh no, this is our healer.
Yep.
I'm very injured.
Yeah.
I look like I'm on death's door.
Can I heal
Oh,
her? Is that a thing?
You can on your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
So what this feels like and what this looks like, there isn't actually like you don't see anything. All of you just feel like somebody has passed through your brain. But 3 of you were like able to be like, you know what? No, I'm still me. I'm still okay. Whereas Illyria, you're still you. Like you're still you. It's just like you're maybe disassociating a little bit for a couple of
Yeah, I'm
minutes.
imagining like nosebleeds and like grabbing
Yeah,
my
like-
head.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of that, like that, and yeah, the classic like nosebleed from psychic damage kind of a thing. Yeah, if you've seen Stranger Things, you know what's up.
Mhm.
And that's its first turn. And now
Cool.
it's the doggo's turn. So the two little brains come running up towards you. I imagine that it's like Dragomir and Fel are kind of a little bit more to the front, maybe.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meep's not
Yeah.
fucking with that. Sorry. Like, not at all.
As a combat like veteran from arenas, I would have probably stepped towards where the danger is.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so you're each going to take a claw attack. So the first one is for Fel. That is an 8, so that misses. And then if you could make an intelligence saving throw, DC 13.
Me?
Yeah.
16.
Okay, cool. You feel like a very like compared to the last wave, this is a lot less intense, but you still feel like attacks on your brain, basically. But nothing happens. And then same thing for Dragomir. First a claw attack. That's a 10. I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
Does not.
And
Well, I
then
checked my armor class for that, right?
yeah,
Yes, yeah, that doesn't hit.
perfect. And then a DC 13 intelligence saving throw. Nice.
Hang on, I turn this back off again.
Perfect. So you both make it out okay. Good soup. Unlike the brain tank.
Oh.
Illyria, it's your turn.
Okay. I am in much pain.
Yeah.
We have one other healer though, yeah?
Mhm.
I will. Are they within 60 feet?
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Okay.
within 30 feet. Because
Okay.
the brain bugs, I guess they have 40 feet. So yeah, you're within 30 feet.
Okay. So
Bless you.
Hey.
Well timed mute.
I will simply cure my own wounds and be sad.
Fair. No, that's fair. Might be a good move.
Just cast it at first level. Oh, sick. Well,
Yeah.
that's
It's
more
something.
than where I was.
What does your cure wounds look like?
My eyes kind of glow a little bit brighter as I'm like praying to Imperna. And it's kind of like a whoosh of like golden glitter as I like touch myself a bit, basically, since it's a touch spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think like along with like the normal like glittery like refreshed feeling that you get,
Mhm.
because of like you can feel the weird reaction. You also feel like a sunshiny feel
Mhm.
from within the room. But unfortunately, there's no mechanical advantage. Just a nice feeling.
Yep.
Is that your turn?
Mhm. I do believe. If I go. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Meep.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you want to do some healing?
So if I heal, what does that mean for the rest of my turn?
So the healing spell that you have
Cure
is
wounds? I think.
Yeah, you have Cure Wounds, which is a full action,
Hmm.
which leaves your bonus action. So you could Cure Wounds, and then you could turn into an animal if you wanted.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could do that.
All right, so let's do cure wounds for
Okay,
Illyria.
sounds good.
So what do I?
On your spell sheet where it says Cure Wounds,
Oh, I see.
yeah, just touch,
Thank
click the
you.
button.
Well, it's not much better.
Oh,
But it's something.
we're looking much better.
Okay, good. Good.
And then, what animal did you want to turn into?
Let me take a look at our animal choices. Oh,
Hell yeah.
Oh,
So the CR ones are a little bit stronger than the CR halves. That's
CR
their
ones.
challenge rating.
okay,
So
gotcha.
those ones will be a little bit more powerful.
So you'd think a warhorse would be in CR1. I don't know, but okay. I'm thinking little brain babies, dogs. What would be? I think I want to be. I think I want to be a giant toad. I like the giant animals.
Hell yeah!
It's there.
Hell yeah!
Meep as a giant toad can just. I'm looking at it this way, like little flies on a wall can just. Right?
So the attacks that you will have as a toad, you could breathe both water and air.
Good.
You can jump 20 feet high into the air.
Good.
Without a running start. You can bite for piercing damage plus some poison damage.
Toad's bite.
You can grapple, so basically you can grab people in your mouth, and you can swallow.
Okay, cool.
So would you like to be a giant toad?
I would absolutely. Meep would love to be a giant toad. Yes.
Amazing. Do you want to be like green? Like frogs come in all kinds of colors.
I want to be the ugliest giant toad you've ever seen. Warts and like slime oozing, just like the most ferocious, disgusting toad. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
That's
you.
so perfect. And can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Do you magical girl into the giant ugly
Of
toad like you
course.
did with the?
A bippity boppity toad. Yes, of course. Sparkles and twirls. Yeah,
Oh, yes.
just like that. That's
Oh.
how I do it every time.
That's amazing.
And when I heal, I don't know how it looks. I'm just trying to think about that. I'm not sure how it looks, but wind chimes. There's a wind chime
Ooh.
sound.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is wonderful. This is okay. So you're a toad. Would you like to begin leaping? I guess the brain dogs are already there.
Mhm.
But yes, you've used your action. You've used your bonus action. You
Mhm.
are a toad.
Yep.
So now if you take damage, your HP goes away from your toad HP. If you lose all your HP as a toad, you'll just turn back into your elf version with all of your hit points.
Okay.
So don't panic if you get hit. That HP, like if you go down to 1 HP, you'll just
I'll
turn
be
back
okay.
into a person. Yeah.
Okay.
So your new HP total is 39.
Good to know.
Okay. There's a giant toad where Meep once stood. Dragomir, it's your turn.
I have some questions because I want to figure out how a few things work.
Yeah.
Do we decide that these brains are like roughly the size of like actual dogs? Like
Let me pull up their size. Tiny. They are classified as tiny.
They're like chihuahuas.
So how do special actions work? Like, so I've Dragomir would have fought many dog type things in the arena.
Yeah.
And I have nets. And I also have an immovable rod.
Mhm.
So what I want to do, if I have enough points to be able to do it in one turn, is put one in a net and throw the rod on it so it's stuck in the net. And then I want to run over to Concho or Fell and start helping him kill the one that's over there while one is just like in off mode. And I don't know if I have enough points to do all of these things, but if I do, I want to do that.
Yeah, so what you can do, you won't be able to help Fell this turn, but you will be able to throw your net. And if it hits, then yes, you can throw then you can use the rod to capture it. So in your attacks, like your net has an attack. So if you throw that, if it hits, then that hits, and then like I would say just like your item interaction would be like a bonus action. to like then like stick the rod in there to trap the brain dog. So that would take your turn, and then you could move show. But you wouldn't be able to like help
Unless
out
I action surged.
unless you action surge.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens with the net, and then we'll make that decision. So I roll the net first.
Yeah.
And I make sure it doesn't have that on. Cool. Big number. Oh, that's a big number.
Ooh.
So your net falls over this brain dog, and then you stab in your was it an
Immovable rod. You told us we
Yep.
have a magic item, and I picked a rod that
Dear
literally cannot be
God.
moved by less than 8,000 pounds of force unless I push the button that makes it not move.
Incredible. So yeah,
stuck.
I'm imagining like you throw the rod and like bag this, and then like stick the rod through it, and now it's stuck.
So it's stuck. I can still move though, right? So
You can
I mean,
move, yeah.
I guess Fel is kind of standing more or less next to me anyway.
You're pretty close to each other. You're absolutely like you have 35 feet that you could just like take as movement. It's like I don't know if you've played Division of your Originals in 2, where like movement is
Mhm.
separate than your actions. Yeah, movement is its own thing. He's absolutely within that 35 feet speed that you have.
Okay, so
and
well,
then
let's.
you can action surge.
I'm gonna just move so that I'm behind it, so it can't really retreat. Because I saw what Fel could do before when he gets really pissed off with his giant frickin' glaive.
So you
And
two are
just
flanking it.
So I'm gonna flank it from behind, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna use my action surge yet. I'm just gonna kind of move into a flanking position so that I'm not near the one that I just pinned to the ground,
Yep.
and I'm ready to help Fel when my next turn rolls around.
Yeah. Did you want to use your action surge to attack, or did you want to hold
I'm
up?
thinking I'm gonna hold on to it for the giant scary extra thing in the back. Scary.
The inevitable.
Fair. So yeah, for flanking,
So-
for anybody who's wondering, I do homebrew instead of flanking being advantage, it's +2 to your attack. So the next time that either of them attack the brain dog, they'll have +2 to their attack. Sound good?
Perfect, and that will be all of the turn.
Perfect. And Fel, you have advantage. Or sorry, not advantage. You have a +2. You have advantage if you reckless attack on the brain dog. That's right in
Mhm.
front of you.
Okay, so really quick from my brain because I'm having a little bit of this.
Yep.
So I have Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
I'm a little confused because what is the course of action here with Great Weapon Master? Because the way it's written makes no sense.
Let me just take a look on your sheet. So you've learned to put the weight of a weapon to your advantage. You gain the following on your turn. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon or reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you can make one melee weapon attack as a bonus action. Okay, before you make a melee attack with you choose to take a -5. Oh, okay. So, before you make your attack, if you want, you can take a -5 to your attack.
Yes.
Which will actually be -3 because you have +2.
Yeah.
But if you hit, you get +10 to your damage.
Correct. Okay, but then that negative, so that if I crit, the negative affects the crit, or no? Like that's where I'm confused because it's saying
On your
specifically if you
turn.
crit.
When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon, reduce the creature to 0 hit points. Oh, so I think these are like two separate paragraphs. Like, so the first one, on your turn, this is like regardless of everything else. On your turn, anytime you score a critical hit, or reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you just get like one free attack, is what it's saying. That's like
Mhm.
separate from that bottom paragraph. So if you do the bottom one and you crit, like a crit is still a crit, then it just gives you another attack. So those two things, like even though it's the same feat, they do different. They have like different features. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So then, yeah. I'm gonna use. Well, first I'm gonna rage because, of course.
Of course.
And then yeah, I'll do Great Weapon Master against I guess whatever's in front, whatever I have advantage on, or the +2. Sorry.
Yeah, the little brain dog right in front of you. The other one's in a net, and it's kind of out of the equation a little bit right now.
Yes. Okay. So I'm checking stuff. Blah, 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 you gain a bonus down roll. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yes. So I will do that.
And you're taking the -5 with the potential +10 payoff.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's only a -3 to whatever I roll.
Yeah,
Right?
and then
Okay.
you're recklessing, so it's advantage. Yeah, okay.
Do I want to reckless?
Oh,
Do
sorry, I
I?
assumed. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll fucking do a reckless. Why not?
Still have
Where's
your
my level?
proficiency bonuses and stuff too, anyway. So
Yeah. Oh dear God. Okay. So hold on. Okay. So it's a -3, but with my glaive I get a +6. So it's altogether just a +3 roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, don't me, don't me, don't me, don't me. It was a nat 18, so 19, 20, 21.
Yeah, so you hit.
Okay.
And you get a bonus 10 to your damage.
Okay. So, and then a +2 for the rage as well, right? Because I have
Yes.
rage
Yes.
damage of 2. So +12 to whatever the I roll. Okay, 1d10. So that's an 8 +4 slashing, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 20, that's 12 plus 12. So 24 points of damage.
50.
What?
How would you like to explode this thing in one hit?
You rate it.
I... So it's like a little dog, right? That's what we said, kind of.
For the sake of everybody at home, we've been calling it a brain dog. It is a brain with 4 legs, so no, it is not
Got
a dog.
But that's okay. What I'm gonna take my
it's the size
glaive.
of a small,
It has
yeah.
a tail.
Cool. I'm gonna take my
Covered in
glaive.
barbs.
I'm gonna stab it. I'm gonna lift the glaive, and then I'm going to and pull it down the rest of the way, and then rip it in half when I'm at the end of the glaive.
So yeah, then you're
Hello.
standing there with half of a mushy piece of brain in each hand.
Yes. And then just chuck it across, away from me.
Y'all getting very familiar with the smell of brain juice in this Chili's tonight.
I throw one piece at Meep.
Oh,
as a toad, here's some
That's a
food.
toad.
you shouldn't have.
I love that he's like, I throw it at Meep, and I'm like, and Candace, oh, that's so sweet.
A callback.
Okay, so one of the intellect devourers is dead. The other one is trapped with no way to get out of a net and a immovable rod. And we're almost through round 1 of combat. No, that's it. That's the end of that's the end of round 1.
Mhm.
Amazing. Good work, team.
Sweet.
And now it's the Mind Flayer's turn.
Sick. Ready to die.
It'll be okay. I told you I nerfed it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that 25 damage to Destiny says otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it. Okay, so it is going to glide forward. It just kind of floats. It's one of those things. It's like the tentacles underneath, moving it closer towards you. And it comes up behind Dragomir because their back is turned facing towards Fel. Mechanically, that doesn't do anything. But thematically, that silhouette appears behind you and it casts its long shadow on the ground. And it is going to attempt to hit you with its tentacles. It rolled a 9 because the dice said, get Del, and I went, okay. And that's its turn. I spent too much time describing it. That's the curse. If you spend too much time describing something that looks cool, you'll roll shit. It's just the way of the world. It's now the Intellect Devourer's turn. It's stuck, and the other one is in pieces. So it is Illyria's turn.
I would like to take my turn to cast Bless.
Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna cast it on my 3 new friends.
Aw.
So whenever you make an attack roll or saving throw, as long as I maintain concentration, you can add a D4 to your roll as well. So you just get more dice.
Hell yeah.
But I'm going to grab my shield, and on the inside of it is my holy symbol, which is just like a beautifully carved sun, essentially. And then it's just like, all right, Imperna, help me out here.
Okay, are you attempting to do something mechanically, or are you just like reaching out? Are you attempting to do something like mechanically? Is that just
No,
is
that's
that
just
for your
me
bless?
casting the spell. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
perfect.
The bless.
Cool. Yeah. So like the magic that we've started to see a couple of times tonight with Illyria, the same like glow fills the room. That same like that like very like pretty like feeling good about yourself. Meep, Dragomir, and Fel, you all have that like. Ooh, I feel kind of fancy. I feel like I look good. And you are blessed. Is that your turn?
Yes, that was my turn.
Incredible. Meep, you are a giant toad. There is a squid person nearby.
Good thing I like
What would-
squid. Good thing I'm hungry. Do I have
some
to
calamari.
do I have to do an action to hop?
That's just your movements.
I can do that as much as I want?
Giant toad page go? You can move. You can like regular move, like little hops, like 20 feet. You can jump 20 feet. Like you can jump over stuff. You can get like 10 feet in the air. You can get to this person
Without using actions.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just jump around, kind of while screeching, just intimidate it, just a lot of jumping around. And then I want to do the thing where I grapple and swallow. Can I do both of those at the same time? I want to eat it.
No, you have to grapple it this turn.
Yep.
And then swallow it next turn.
Okay. What happens in between turns?
It's a pickle snack. What happens in between turns is it can attempt to break the grapple, as well as your teammates could try to murder it.
Okay.
While it's grappled. Yeah.
But it does make it easier if it's restrained.
Yeah, it makes it easier on your teammates.
All right, toad, grapple it.
Okay. So on your giant toad sheet, do you have that open?
I am going there right now. Giant toad sheet. Yes, I do now.
Cool. On the right hand side where it says actions, it says bite. Click on where it says bite.
Okay.
Yep. So you can roll your damage by clicking again in chat where it says bite.
Come on.
Yeah? Wait.
Yeah, you get some piercing and some poison damage in there.
Okay.
And then the target is grappled. So on its turn, it's gonna try to escape.
Mm-hmm.
But right now you have this is revenge for earlier. Like wrapped up in your tongue now. Yeah, you are nomming on this mind player.
It deserves it. What? Just saying.
No, this is it. I am filled with joy. This is incredible. Amazing. It is now Dragomir's turn. So again, there's one brain stuck, and there is a mind flayer, which admittedly it looks a lot less scary when it's wrapped up in a giant toad.
So it's standing like literally behind me, right?
Yep. And so even if you turn around, it's grappled and flanked.
Like just kind of like bounced off of me a second ago.
Yeah, it's I think what happened is it tried to attack you with its, and you probably did some cool not today and deflected it somehow.
Got it. Okay, so I'm standing, I'm still back onto this monster. And I've got my hammer and I'm just gonna fully spin from where I'm standing all the way around and try and smack it in the head as hard as I can with my hammer in two hands.
Hell yeah. I'm just double checking with grapple.
Let's go.
I also get an extra D4, right?
From bless.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dragomir's gonna fuck up.
I think you get advantage when they're restrained.
A grappled creature's speed becomes 0, can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. The condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. No, that's all it has, is that it just can't.
It's considered restrained, right?
I mean, how
That
could
sounds
it not
accurate.
be?
Yeah. So where's
So
restrained on
attack
this?
rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
Cool. Yeah, so you have advantage. You're also flanked, so you have +2.
That's a D4.
Plus a D4.
Oh my
You're
god.
ready. You're ready.
You're probably gonna hit it. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna roll my hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
So I'm not gonna add anything because that probably. I mean, unless I need to, and then I'll add the extra dice. What? I don't want to do the extra math if I don't need to.
Yeah, no, you hit it.
Okay. So then I'm gonna roll the damage.
Okay, and then can you add bless to damage, or that's probably just for attack
It's
rolls,
just
right?
it's attacks and saving throws.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Perfect. Yep, that hits.
Yeah,
That does
so-
damage.
As I connect, my hammer sort of like swings through to the other side, and I'm gonna like flip it and shift my grip and come back the other way with my action surge.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! So yeah, it's the same maths, same stuff. Nice. That hits.
Okay.
Nice.
And then
So yeah,
I should-
basically a giant toad is like holding it pinned up, and you're just wham, wham.
right in the head, just like fully from back on, spinning all the way around, smacking it in the head with the follow through. So that my hammer hits the ground on the other side. I flip my grip and come back the other way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Teamwork makes the dream work. I'm just
Hell
saying.
Incredible.
And that's my whole turn.
Perfection. That was wonderful. And Phil, it's your turn.
Okay. So let me. So okay. So we already have advantage on this thing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's flanked.
Yeah, I think it'll still count as flanked because Candace is a giant toad, so yeah, it works out.
Okay. So I just need to talk out loud. So if I already have advantage, I don't need to do reckless attack because doing
No,
that
there's no
gets me
point.
advantage. Okay. I don't need to do that. So that means that I already have the +2. So if I do my Great Weapon Master again, that knocks that down to -3 to my roll. But okay, so we're in the same camp. So I have a +6 to my attack with my glaive. So the roll is just a +3.
Yeah, but you're
Okay.
blessed.
Yeah,
So
and
you
an
also
extra
got
I
D4.
can
extra
add
D-
to it
An extra
I-
D4 potentially.
if I need to. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna do the rinse and repeat. We're gonna do the Great Weapon Master again.
Hell
Really
yeah.
hoping I don't need to use this D4. That did we establish the DC on this thing?
The armor class?
Yeah.
No, we haven't established that. What'd you get?
Okay. I got a 16.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. So I'll save that. Okay. So then math, so I'm adding +10, so it's the same thing. 1d10. Okay. Come on, baby. Come on. Okay. 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 12 is 23.
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how
So-
math works. It sounds right.
Yes. So 23
Amazing.
points of damage.
You take like a chunk out of this guy. Tentacles are flying. Brain juice is everywhere. There's more pixelated gore. It's quite the scene. Y'all smell like brain juice now.
Woo!
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty rough. It looks very unhappy about its situation. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Incredible. Beautiful. So now we're back up to its turn. So it is going to try to break free from the grapple. So this is the only thing standing in between it and me swallowing it.
Mhm. Meep is ready.
So it has to make a DC 13. It just says DC 13. That's going to be strength, right?
Yeah, it's usually athletics or acrobat, or yeah, it's usually like strength or dex when you're contesting grapples.
Yeah, well,
Come on, you don't want to.
it's,
You don't want to
it's
break
not
free.
very strong, so it's
Yeah.
rolling with a +0.
Come on, come on.
It got a
Yes!
3. So that's its turn. It is still grappled by the tongue. The brain is still rolling around in a net. Illyria, it's your turn.
How close together are Brain Dog and others and Mind Flayer? Like how?
Everything is kind of like within like all kind of like within 15 feet out together, I'd say, because everything moved towards all of you, so you're all in a very. Are you trying to line something up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. I have a few like AOE things.
Yeah. I would say they're probably in a line. If you use like a coin or something, you're gonna hit some of your teammates.
No, I was thinking of using Radiant Dawn,
Oh, I don't know what that
which is my channel divinity for Light Cleric.
Okay, let me take a read.
I can click it. Oh, maybe I can. There we go. I put it in
Okay.
the chat there.
So at 2nd level, you can use your channel divinity, harness sunlight, banish darkness. As an action, you present your holy symbol. Any magical darkness within 30 feet of you is dispelled. Each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. Yeah, absolutely. They're all within that range.
Sick. I will use my channel divinity.
Okay. Also, this is like your like big anime moment. So like,
Yeah.
is your like hair flying? Like,
yes, it's flying and it's like glowing, and the red is like getting closer to the top of my head.
Does your hair like look like it's on fire on the ends, or is it just?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely,
cool.
absolutely.
Hell yeah!
So then, I guess they make their saves first. So it's Constitution. My CC is 14.
Okay, so I'll do the Mind Flayer first. Constitution DC 14. It got a 16. So does it take half?
Yeah, it'll take half.
Okay, and then I put the brain away because I didn't think I'd need it. Let me go grab that.
Hoping to just shred that thing and not have to worry about it.
It's still in a net.
God, it was such a good play, though.
It failed. It was really, yeah. So the little brain thing failed.
All right, so it's 16 total damage.
Okay.
8 to the Mind Flayer.
Perfect. The Mind Flayer looks like it's like barely hanging on. It screamed isn't quite the right word because it's like deep and like guttural and like also in a language and surrounded by tentacles, like a language you don't understand. And it still has like the same, like as it screams, it sounds like there's like hundreds of like people like whisperings, voices like coming out of it. The little brain thing is alive, but like barely. It's barely hanging in there. Where did that go? And yeah, you have everybody like we have everybody except the toad kind of like has like one of those moments with how like bright the light is. Like it like before like again the dramatic light was coming from the other end of like the cathedral hall. Whereas now it's like the whole room is like filled with lights. It's cool as hell. Incredible. So yeah, that thing's barely hanging on. The other thing's barely hanging on. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Incredible. Hey, Meep.
Yeah.
Did you want to try and swallow this thing?
Yes, I did.
Do it, swallow. No, I don't want to cheer swallow.
No,
That's just
no,
weird.
Don't cheer swallow. Listen, don't cheer swallow.
Swallow.
Look.
Swallow. Swallow.
I look. The mind. What is it? Mind Flayer straight in his googly eyes, and I see he's gonna die. He's not loving his life, and with my big old bulging wet eyes, I do a little wink, and I just swallow it down the hatch, baby. Do I do it?
Incredible. Yes. So, in the chat,
Yep.
type in a /r
Okay. Flash
space
R. What? Base? BASE?
space.
Oh,
Sorry,
space.
/r space.
Okay.
3d6, no spaces.
Okay.
And okay. You swallow the mind flayer.
Oh,
Victory!
And you eat it. You eat the mind flayer.
victory! Been such a long travel. What a
Yes!
good
Oh.
snack. Meep does a victory hop.
We?
So the rest of you see a big old toad with, like, the big old toad eyes. They don't have like round pupils. They're like weird like shapes, and they're kind of horrifying. You see it wink, and then you see this thing like be like brought into the mouth, and then like the whispering sounds that have been happening since you come just like quiet, and everything is still. Thematically, I'm gonna say the other brain like peters out of life thanks to the super cool anime attack, because I
Yeah.
think that's more thematic. And yeah, you solved my mind flayer puzzle. You ate
By
the
swallowing.
mind flayer.
Puzzle solved.
I can't. I'm crying. I can't with the swallow frog.
Swallow pog.
Swallow frog. Sorry. Oh my god.
Yeah, now
Oh.
every time you fart, there's a little whisper.
Eldritch farts.
The Fergie emotes hit different now. So,
No, tummy whispers. No.
how long do you stay a frog? Do you hop to the other side of the cathedral to check out your treasure? Like what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think
So we
yeah.
get the really cool shot of like all of you walking towards this hall, like again towards lights, your shadows out behind you. It's very thematic. The music, except one of you is a frog, and it's like hopping on.
Wait, toad. Wait.
Toad, sorry,
ugly
toad.
toad.
Very important.
Frogs are cute. Toad pog.
So you get to the other end of the hall, and there's like choir singing. There's this beautiful pedestal, and on top of the pedestal is a glowing crescent. It is like, it looks like a moon that you look up at the night sky. Except yeah, it's like it's a crescent, and it's like more gold, less silver, sitting on a pedestal that is like radiating this light.
I'm
Well-
assuming this is the one
Shard?
this was the thing we were supposed to save?
The shard?
Retrieve the lost shard from the hands of the intruders in the sacred place. This place seems pretty sacred.
Illyria
Who
would know.
wants to touch it?
I'll
Not
do it.
Not it. I guess I can't talk.
Amazing. So Illyria reaches out and grabs the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a bright flash of light. All of you kind of like those, including the frog. Toad, don't ask questions. And when you open your eyes, you're in a different room. You're in like you're in a throne room made of
Wait.
obsidian.
Ooh.
Around you there are cloaked figures. And one of them approaches, bows very deeply, and says, "Thank you for retrieving what has been lost. We will take the item, and then we will transport you to the destination of your choice, as well as provide treasure in return for what you have done for us today."
I like treasure.
I mean, it
Well-
would probably be a bad idea to keep it, right?
Treasure?
There's also a lot of them.
Are you still a toad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
A bit.
Yeah.
It's a
I'm
very
toad.
serious moment, and we have a
Oh.
toad. Perfect.
I mean, I say we give it to them. Do we have any feeling in this room about the pulling thing that we had earlier?
No, the second Illyria like placed her hand on it, the pulling disappeared.
Okay.
Can I
Yeah.
do Furbolg magic? Can I detect magic to see, like, I don't know if this is how it works, honestly. Like, if it's radiating good energy from them or
Yeah.
bad magic?
Yeah, you can do it, and I'll give you like the same like filter that Illyria saw before to kind of see like what's going on in the room.
Yeah, let me do that. So you can detect magic and disguise stuff with this trait using wisdom as your spellcasting ability for them. So I've never really done detect magic, so do I need to roll
I
or
don't
anything?
really do it as written. I
Okay.
kind of do it a little bit differently, and I forgot to warn you all ahead of time. So yeah, you detect magic, and you see like similar filters to what we've seen earlier. Pretty much anything that you would normally see, like again, like the life magic of companions, like the nature magic that surrounds like druids, as well as plants you carry. All of those are overwhelmed by a presence like you have never felt before of like
Mhm.
fey magic. Like the creatures in here are fey, but from somewhere nearby, you don't exactly know where, you just feel like overwhelmingly powerful fey magic like you have never felt in your life.
Mhm.
It would be similar to a minor deity. Is the feeling that you're getting?
Got it. I say we give it to them. This does not seem like the group to with.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean they kept the boulder from crushing us, so
And sort of magically
This-
teleported us here.
yeah. I guess we didn't need that ride from Fanuku after all.
I imagine Meep croaks.
Meep tries to say Kanuku as much as she can as a crow as a toad first. But yeah, a victory croak and a victory hop.
Incredible. So you hand over the shard.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna say this is something that mostly Dragomir notices. You
Uh-oh.
notice the feeling that like something has been diffused. The second the item leaves, I know your names, Illyria. The second the item leaves Illyria's hands, it's like you didn't notice it until it was gone, but it's like a sigh has been relieved. The person who takes the item like quickly like leaves and goes to another room, and somebody else. They're all cloaked figures, so they all kind of look the same. They bring forward a pillow, and onside the pillow is a ship in a bottle. And they bow and they offer up this pillow to you and say, for your troubles. This is a magic ship in a bottle. When whoever is attuned to it speaks the command word, you have a flying ship that will take you through the world that you can crew with just the four of you.
That's so cool.
Get the
And
fuck out.
That's so fun.
And they
that's
say,
cool.
I hope this is reward enough for your troubles.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Would you like us to
Yeah,
teleport you, or would you like to use your ship to leave the palace?
What was the first part? There was-
Would you like to be teleported out of here, or would you like to use the ship
I
for
kinda
your
wanna use the
travels?
ship.
I mean, I don't
Y'all
want
want
to
to go on a ship ride?
I
Yeah.
don't want to be the downer. I want to take the ship. Do any of us know how to pilot this thing?
No.
The toad's got it.
It's magic, right?
Whoever's attuned to it will be able to set its course.
Yeah, let's take
So it'll
the
just
ship.
fly wherever we want, like autopilot.
Exactly.
Let's
Ooh.
go adventure.
Oh man.
I mean, we did this one adventure together. We might as well do more.
We can have it teleport us back to Mistrose. Go talk to that guy and then
Oh yeah.
be like, look at our cool ship,
Oh
man.
yeah,
We
y'all
could.
want to go to the ghost bar
Yeah.
and then fly away in our ship?
No, what? It's just a bar. It's just a normal bar.
No
Oh yeah, the
ghosts.
normal. Do you want to go back to the completely normal,
Yep.
definitely not
Mhm.
transparent bar?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
We
then
could also
after we celebrate for a little bit, then go off in our magic flying ship.
Yeah.
we could also just say them, because who gives a shit? and we fly away dope.
But the drinks there were very good.
True.
Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
They
Yeah,
did have
it's
like a
a
ship
very
and a
good
bottle
experience.
drink, which would be like very like on brand.
Very topical. Very
Yeah.
topical.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
We go get f***ed up, and because you can just pilot this thing, and then we
Autopilot!
fly away.
It just
Yeah.
It's fine with autopilot.
Amazing.
Exactly.
So, is Meep still a toad?
I think Meep is ready to magical girl spin into
Yeah.
Meep again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sparkles and glitter and toad
Yeah.
goop.
So
Back to
yeah,
Meep.
as like the ending credits start like playing over the world, you're shown outside of the palace, which is high up in the clouds. The ship is unbottled and expands to its side, and we see the four of you boarding it. Who do you think would be the pilot? Like, who would attune to the ship?
The one that's above me, that would be my choice.
Concho was raising
Yeah.
his finger to vote for himself, and then I realized he was pointing at me.
I know. I looked at that
I thought
monitor
it
and I
was
was like,
too.
wait a second.
That one.
Okay.
Ugh.
So yeah, maybe we see Dragomir, like big you go up and like where the wheel is, you hold your hand on where the wheel is, and then through the cracks in the wood there's a like a glow of magic that passes through the veins and then disappears as you attune. And a similar thing happens in your hands up your veins as you attune to the ship.
Ooh.
And then as the again as the ending credit music plays, we see the ship go flying. We get a scene of the four of you in a ghost bar partying with the ghosts. Like I'm imagining like arms around ghosts and like you keep falling over because
we're
they're
having
not
the best
actually
time.
there because they're ghosts. Like Fanuku is there, his wyvern is outside, like there's like party music playing.
What a time.
Oh, can Meep be like skipping around Fanuku, just chanting the name Fanuku because she loves it so much?
Of course I'd be of course people be doing that.
Incredible. And then yeah, like I think we get like montage scenes of like y'all like parking your boat in like different cities and like going and then like coming back with like arms full of like foods and drinks and just like sailing like under both like cloudy sunny days through rainbows. Like we get a really picturesque shot of sky whales flying through the air and like moving throughout the clouds, and you all like sailing your ship like with this herd of sky whales as they're migrating across the world.
Can we say Meep is that Fell puts Meep on his shoulders while they're just flying around on the in the sky?
Garrett and I living our best life. Way up.
And yeah, Meep gets to see the world, and you all have a ship. The world is your oyster. And our adventure comes to an end.
That was
my gosh.
amazing.
That's so good.
Y'all
Nobody
solved
died.
my puzzle. My elephant puzzle.
That was amazing.
Oh, that was so good, Del.
Yeah, that was
Oh man.
like
So good.
Del, I'm gonna take a minute. Can I just one more time point to Del and how much work that they put into this, and like all of this story, besides us, embellishing things, is all Del. Like
pointing start. I'm
shout out
sorry.
DelTheLemon.
Sorry.
This was
Thank
not
you
this was
all.
not possible without
No,
Del.
other way. God,
You all
this
did an
way.
amazing job. I'm so proud and like so grateful to get to do. This was amazing. Yeah, and thank you everybody who watched, who hung out, who supported, for being a part of this ride.
So fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
So good.
Y'all are
So
very fun to play D&D with. So
Yes, this group is
Honestly,
amazing.
Good.
thank you, Concho and Destiny, for bringing like the experience too, and also like I don't know about you, Pixel, but I felt like that made it easier to kind of like
So yeah,
Yeah.
like multiple times I was like, my brain was like, okay, I just hit it with the hammer, and then I'm like hearing these two do like the little bit of pirouettes in combat, or like the
Yep.
extra little like just spice, and I'm like, okay, now I got some ideas.
Spice it up a little. I love that.
Hell yeah.
And that's what like gave me the confidence as like a brand new, like basically never touched this to go like, okay, we're gonna spin the fuck around.
You and that
Smack this
throbbing
motherfucker.
hammer.
Oh my god.
Double-sided,
Yeah.
just throbbing hammer.
Yeah, jail. Send us your fan fictions. Send us fan art. Send us whatever you want to send us.
Yes.
Daddy fell.
Please do.
Daddy fell.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Brain juice meat.
Don't send me
Excuse
anything
me,
that
oh
has
my-
to do with tentacles. I don't
no,
want it.
Mm.
that
Yeah, keep the tentacles to yourself.
hell no.
Keep your hands, arms, and tentacles. Ship time.
Oh, it's all started because we got by a sandwich. I'm just saying.
It's true. Pepper. Pepper's to blame.
Pepper.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
My players that I run in this world hate that wizard. They hate that wizard with a passion. They can't
Oh.
stand that.
Oh.
He doesn't do anything. He just hangs out.
He probably has deserved a retirement. He
Sure.
seems old enough. He probably did a lot of cool stuff.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Look, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I'm not doing that, but I am going to put this out there. I had so much fun. I would be so down to do something again like this. Just putting it out there.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is such a great group.
Listen, when this was my immediate reaction when Del said we get a flying ship. Okay, it was like, all right, where do we go together on our flying ship?
Same. I was
And
like,
how do
go
we?
now.
And I was like, I don't want to like put the pressure on 3 or 4 other humans because like same as what you literally
Yeah.
just said. But literally, my first thought was flying ship. This was incredible. Let's like fly somewhere and it up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, totally.
You can't
Oh,
unleash the daddy and then put him away. That's all I'm saying.
What have we done? What have we done? I
Oh.
love what
Something
we've
was
done.
created tonight, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. But you know what? I'm excited that Concho's excited and chat's
Mm.
excited. You know.
Comment daddy in chat.
Oh my god! Here we go. Here we go. Do we? How we feeling? Any other comments? Any other from y'all? Like any?
My face hurts from smiling, and I'm
same.
so proud
I
of
know.
everybody.
I'm
Yup.
really proud too. Proud of all of it.
Incredible.